X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you again here in my chat. That's right, I'm live again for the second day in a row, and I'll also be streaming tomorrow. No vacations and no food sicknesses to delay my stream schedule. It is really good to see all of you guys. Gamer stream tomorrow? No, tomorrow will be politics too, but we might do some gaming. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how early I stream, how much time we have left, how quickly I get the segments done, and how I feel. Hey, Evie Gretel, good to see ya. What's up, Dead Heathen? Good to see you as well. Cryptid T, what's going on? TSW, the Shadow Wolf, I hope you're going well. Going well. Doing well. Wingo, what's up? Ryoma, how are you? Intern, how are you? Noel's H, hope you're doing well. Jill S, how are you? Also debating on frozen pesto tortellini or Dion's pizza for dinner. I mean, frozen food tends to be a cheaper alternative if you're gonna eat something for dinner, you know? If I have something good that's frozen, I'll go with that, because, you know, saves money. Yes, I am quite stoned right now, and I'm going to get more stoned, because you can't stop me. I'm my own boss. What are you gonna do? Reach through the... Are you gonna reach through the camera? You gonna reach through the screen and take the weed from me? You can't stop me. So I'm gonna get nice and zooted. If this vape wouldn't get, like, the thing about these vapes is they get clogged. That was a good hit. That was good. You can't stop him, and also he can't share. I'm afraid I cannot share with you all. I'm sorry. I wish I could. I wish I could hit a button that just, like, sent a little nozzle out of your keyboard and just sprayed you with weed gas that you guys could hit as well, and you could just get stoned with me. Zan, I love edibles, but I was considering grabbing a pen. Thoughts? Edibles are, like, the easiest and most convenient way, but if you want to, like, manage your being stoned, and if you want, like, being high off weed is very different depending on how you, like, take it and what kind you're using, but usually it's how you take it that makes the big difference. Edibles feel different to me than vaping, which feels different to me than dry herb vapes, which feels much different to me than smoking. So, it'll feel different, and I honestly do prefer the kind of stoned you get from dry herb and concentrate vapes compared to edibles. Edibles are very much like airplane high type stuff. Like, you just eat a bunch of edibles before you go on an airplane and have that get you to your destination, and then get weed where you're going, or Delta 8, depending on if it's legal or not. Like, yeah. That's what I did. I took about 125 milligrams and then got on a plane to Florida. And then I landed in Florida and got a Delta 8 vape. I literally packed a bowl before stream and forgot about it. That is the most stoner sentence I've ever heard. Yeah, I was gonna smoke some weed, but I was so high I forgot. Yeah, me too. Yeah, edibles hit you all at once, where you, as vaping/smoking, you have more control over how stoned you get and when. Yeah, you can kind of, like, ease it on, you know? Don't worry, Xanderhall, I've got a whole ounce over here. Damn. Ah, yes, we seem to have a troll account in chat. The thing you seem to forget is that I can literally just ban you. There we go. Cool. Mods, take care of it. Expect a lot of Zionist trolls to come into chat, like, saying things like the Palestinians deserve to die, and you're anti-Jewish if you're not pro-Israel, all sorts of horrific stuff. It's gonna be a very common right-wing troll line, I guess. Do you have any MC Live thoughts? I'm not disappointed. I genuinely just can't muster excitement about Minecraft anymore. And I don't think it's the game's fault. I think I'm just burned out. And at this point, it's... every time I play the game, I'm reminded of Hytale. And how excited I am about it. And how good it's going to be. So it just kind of makes it hard to play in that way. Though don't worry, we're still doing 12 Days of Christmas. I very much enjoy that, and that's a tradition that stands on its own. So yeah, what's Hytale? You know, we do need a warm-up. We do need a warm-up, and Hakan is here. Hakan is here. So Hytale is the game that the music you hear right now comes from. What you're listening to right now is a fan-made remix of part of the official Hytale soundtrack. A fair amount of the Hytale soundtrack is actually available on YouTube, on the official YouTube channel. But Hytale is a dope game. Honestly, I feel like rather than showing the original release trailer, it's better to show the more recent trailer they released, because it kind of explains things better. So basically, Hytale is a game being developed by Hypixel Studios, an offshoot of the company that runs the Hypixel Minecraft server, the biggest Minecraft server that there is. And the idea behind it is to create a sandbox RPG block game that basically evolves the genre that Minecraft started in a very significant way. Like, when you think about different genres in gaming, you can usually, like, link them back to an original first game that conceived that genre. And while it's, like, respectable for being the first and being the one that popularized it and brought it into what it is now, you're glad that newer games have come along to iterate on the genre. And in regards to Minecraft, every new game that's been meant to iterate on its genre has always been a very cheap, low-effort, low-budget cash cow. I'm sure there's been a couple good ones, but as far as I can think, for the most part, there haven't really been any Minecraft 2 type games, as you would call them, that have really lived up to expectations, until this game came along. This game is funded by Riot Games. They have ballooned from in 2018 when they announced this game originally, and then were acquired by Riot. They have ballooned from like 12 to now getting up to 200 devs working on the game. This is going to be a much more of an RPG game with quests and rep and, dungeons and raids and story, and, there's an actual story to experience, and much more in-depth sandbox features. I actually wanted to show the most recent blog post they put out, because Hakan, who is in chat right now... So for those that don't know, the Hytale devs are also some of the most, awesome with the fan base and the community for especially a pre-release game you'll ever see. And, we all signed this big tablet after doing a charity stream, like a Hytale fan charity stream. We've done it yearly. And, Hakan had it, basically laser etched onto steel as like a big thank you to the Hytale team, and they put it up on the walls of their office. And if you look closely, yeah, there I am. And there's Hakan. And Slamma, who made the music you're listening to right now, right here. Pretty awesome. And if you're wondering about the political leanings of the team behind Hytale, very based, okay? Not only have I talked to a few of the devs about politics, and, they're just very politically based, but publicly, even prior to game release, all of the devs are, posting their political takes on Twitter. There's a lot of LGBT members of the team, and they've, the CEO of the company donated a bunch of money to the BLM, charity funds to bail out protesters from the George Floyd riots and protests that had gotten arrested. They just did that, just cause many of their members were at those protests. So, yeah, it's just, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to know that, the community and the team behind this game, which is ever growing, is, so good. And this game is slated for release either next year or in 2025. It's had set release dates that have been pushed back, but every time there's been a release date pushed back, they've given us a blog post with a very in-depth explanation of why they've pushed back the release date. The first time around, the game was supposed to come out in 2019. It got delayed to 2021 due to the fact that they got acquired by Riot Games and were now afforded a massive budget and way more resources. And they were like, okay, well, people are really hyped about this game. Let's delay it. Let's delay it. Give it some more time in the oven, as much time as it needs to be perfect. Riot Games has very high standards for game releases, and then we'll see what happens, right? They get to 2021, which is when they had a soft release window. They didn't promise 2021, but they said the soonest is 2021 back in 2019. Then they update us a few months prior to 2021. They inform us 2021 is not realistic, and the earliest we could get the game is 2023. And I believe they've also said that it is unrealistic for the game to come out later than 2025. But while it is quite the wait, many beloved games have taken longer. Like, people right now are fawning over Baldur's Gate 3, which is a game that had a very long time in the oven, and a massive team of people working on it, and a lot of polish and work went into giving it so much detail and so much oomph that made it so special, right? Like, people right now love Baldur's Gate. Hytale is looking to be the next Baldur's Gate, but to have more staying power than Baldur's Gate does. As great as Baldur's Gate is, people probably won't be talking about it much in the next 3 months, like 3 months from now, because it's a single-player game. I think it is multiplayer, but it's like, you know, it's only got like so much cultural staying power. People only talk about Elden Ring nowadays so much, right? And it was the talk of the town when it came out. Hytale is the kind of game that could be the next, like, Fortnite. It may be the next Minecraft, in regards to its popularity scale, like how inescapable it is in the cultural zeitgeist. Regardless, here's the most recent... Ooh, I apologize. I just bumped my desk. Here's the most recent trailer they put out. It also includes, like, a little tour of their office and some words from the people who, like, run the company.
Writers come up with amazing ideas.
This came out when they were doing, like, the showcase after Arcane. You know the show Arcane? The League of Legends show? They did a big, like, event to celebrate the finale of Arcane, the season finale, and that is where they premiered this trailer.
Sometimes crazy ideas. I wish we can do them all, but, you know, we can't focus on everything. And then sometimes we realize we're not necessarily the best studio to make these games. And that's kind of how I felt when I met Noxie and the team at Hypixel. They came up with a demo of Hytale, and I right away saw that we had something special. It was both familiar but also different. Different because it's a different game. It's a different genre than what we're used to. But familiar in the way they talk about the community, the way they're willing to challenge conventions, their dedication to one game, and their commitment to make it better and better for years to come. That sounded very familiar to us, very Riot. And that's why we decided to partner with them and eventually have them join our family. I want you to know all about this, but I'm not the best person for this. So let me invite my friend Noxie to tell you about this journey.
This is the office. I'm gonna go there one day. Somehow, some way. I'm gonna go there one day. My name's already on the wall. That's like the rules. I have to be able to go there if my name's on the wall. Pretty sure Marceline from Adventure Time made that rule, but you know.
So the story of Hypixel is a story of a collective of Minecraft modders who shared a dream of going pro and having their own game someday. Hypixel was very much driven in its ambition by the challenges that we faced as modders. So when we made the game, we knew that we were making the game for modders like ourselves. Since the announcement of the game and all the attention that we received afterwards, we started the process of making some pretty big changes on our path in order to ensure that we're going to meet our commitment to the players and realize their dream of what the game can be. It's pretty remarkable when you announce a trailer for the first time and, you know, before the game is even out, you're getting fan art, you're getting tattoos, you're getting cosplays and props, subreddits are developing, and the community is just showing you so much love. It's a lot of pressure as well. So we knew that we started to need some help, and then entering into a partnership with Riot just eventually logically made sense. League came from Dota, which was on Warcraft 3. And so Hytale has come from Hypixel, the server, which was on Minecraft. And so that story is pretty unusual in the industry. And so we felt like there was a lot of lessons that we could maybe learn and advice that we could get for that journey. And so we met them way before the trailer was announced. And even back then, before, you know, we had proven that the audience was interested, Riot was interested, they supported us with advice and investment when we first established Hypixel Studios, and later when we became part of Riot Games in 2020. So that's enough of the context. Here to tell you more about the game itself is Sean McCafferty, our COO.
Here's where you get to see some more gameplay.
In Hytale, you create an avatar and set out to leave your mark on an immersive fantasy world. As an avatar, you have the power to reshape yourself and the world. We want to make expressing your creativity feel like magic and to take everything we love about the block game genre and combine it with our favourite parts of classic fantasy RPGs. You'll go on adventures in a world called Orbis. Here you have the freedom to craft, build, explore and take on challenges with your friends. Our goal is to build a world.
Notice, by the way, there's weapons-based classes. So based on what equipment you have equipped, you'll be playing a class. It takes a bit from Terraria in that way. If you've played Terraria before, like late game, where you start to actually spec into a certain class based on what equipment you have on, that's how this game seems to be doing it as well. So there are magic classes, there are ranged like DPS, and there seems to be like potentially healer type classes, and they show off quite a bit here.
World that feels immersive and inviting no matter what you choose to do. Beyond Orbis, you'll have the opportunity to compete and express yourself through minigames and other forms of social play. No matter what you and your friends are up to, we want to make sure that you'll be able to come together, hang out, share experiences, and establish your own identity.
They're still tweaking it. This is some PvP.
Underpinning all of this is a set of tools that are intended to help creators undertake the same sort of journey that we have.
Why am I just now hearing about this? Because when this trailer first got, or when this game first got announced, sorry, the trailer, the official, like the original announcement trailer, now currently sits at around 62 million views. It's like one of the most viewed game trailers ever. And it was originally supposed to come out in 2019, but when they got acquired by Riot and realized that the release wasn't going to be anytime around 2021, because they wanted to put in so much more money and work into the game now that they had those resources at their disposal, and they wanted to be able to future-proof development of the game more because they could, they decided they were going to go a little bit more on the back burner. So while they've been active with the community, like people like me and Hakon and people who follow the game's development more closely, the Hytale Chad waiters, as it were, they very much know the game is going to blow up on release, no matter how much hype they, like, put money into raising. There's a time and a place to do advertising, and it's not years before the game comes out. They learned their lesson with the big release trailer, or the big announced trailer, that got tons of views. So they're just letting things chill. They don't care about hype dying down. People have been complaining on Reddit, my hype for the game is gone. And their response is, good. Good, let your hype die. A lack of hype means the waiting for the game isn't miserable for you. Good. I'm glad your hype has died, because when the game comes out, you're going to play it anyway, because all your friends are going to be playing it, and all your favorite YouTubers are going to be playing it, and all your favorite streamers are going to be playing it. So that's basically why you're just now hearing about it.
Yeah. These range from advanced block building tools to an in-game modding interface that lets you reconfigure gameplay itself. We intend to empower you to create everything from new creatures to whole new game modes. Our goal with these tools is to...
This game has live scripting. You'll be able to, when modding the game, put something into your, like, coding shit. Coders know this better than me, and see the result live in-game. It's been done before, but not to the degree that this game is doing it.
Both empower the existing modding community and clear the way for a generation of new creators.
What language will it use, though? Thank you for asking that, Fortnite. So this is, or Fortnite. This is actually the reason why the game got delayed. So originally, this game was going to be developed. The guns were a modded thing. They were showing what you could add to the game through mods with the zombies and the guns and all that. This game was originally going to be developed in Java. Awful idea, but they didn't have as much money. They had a smaller team, and it was the easier way to develop a game. It was more approachable. Once they got acquired by Riot, they decided, well, we've already got a lot of the game's meat developed. Let's make our own bespoke engine in C++. So that's what it's in now. They've finished creating the engine as far as I know. So now it's just like working on the finishing touches of the game. Development's apparently going pretty well. They've kept people updated on Twitter. They recently had a big meeting at the Riot headquarters, which was no doubt in to prep them for the inevitable launch of the game. That's pretty soon on the scale of things. Like, the game was announced and people have been waiting since 2018, and now that Riot's, like, at the, like, as the publisher of the game, it makes sense that they'd be bringing everyone together. But here's their big team photo they did at the Riot headquarters a few months ago. They did a big meeting and had, like, a Hytale themed party that was thrown by the CEO and, like, the higher ups at Riot, and flew out all of the devs and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Also, the CEO of Hypixel Studios, the CEO who's, like, talking earlier in the video, he's the one who mailed me that little 3D printed Quebec creature. I've yet to paint it. I really need to get to painting it once I move. But that little 3D printed figure I got that was mailed to me was mailed by the CEO of the company that's making this game. They mailed out, not Quebec, the little tree creatures you see in the game. And he sent 19 other ones out to the other people who participated in the charity stream for, like, Hytale fans. Hakon, I believe, has one. And then on top of that, I think everybody who was working at the game at the time got some too. So they're a very awesome team. Like, they've done a lot to thank the community that's stuck around waiting for the game.
We want to pave the way from creative play, expressing yourself with all the freedom the blogs provide, all the way to Creative Pro, making mods and sharing them with the community.
Hytale is a very ambitious game, but with Riot's support and some of the resources that we've been able to unlock, we now feel like we're moving in the correct direction to meet that ambition. We've been able to expand our team. We're hiring, developers that I used to grow up playing their games. We've been able to set up our own office instead of being 100% remote. We now get supported by the office. We're hugely grateful for the support.
That's got to be the most validating made it feeling ever, is when you, like, are hiring developers for your game that you're, like, the head of, who developed games that you played growing up that inspired you to get into the games industry. That has got to be, like, the max level of like, I have made it, holy shit.
Of our community, and especially a lot of the fan artists. So we've decorated the walls.
The walls are plastered with fan art. I'm friends with the person who made this. Yeah, like, most of the people who made the most of this fan art was made by, like, a couple dozen people that are, like, really hardcore fans of the game who've stuck around in the community making this awesome art. And, like, every time it gets, like, sent out to the Twitter account, they print it out and they frame it and put it up on the walls of the office. I recognize all of these images from Twitter. One got hired. Yeah, I think a couple have gotten hired, but yeah, it's always there is somebody I know who got hired, and it was just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna bother you about anything Hytale related. I'm not even gonna mention Hytale because I don't want you to get in trouble for saying anything, and I don't want to get spoiled on anything either. If I'm usually not someone who's, like, has problems with spoilers, like, it doesn't usually harm my enjoyment of anything, but when I play this game for the first time, I want it to be, for me to be able to live stream it, so I can, like, forever immortalize my first time playing it, to go back to and watch even, years down the road, and I want it to be a completely blind, 100% spoiler-free, besides what's been shown in trailers and official teasers. I don't want to see any leaks, I don't want to see any spoilers. I want to go in completely blind and experience it all on stream for you guys and for me to be able to re-witness my own reaction for the first time to these things. That's very important to me when it comes to this. I've been waiting for this game since 2018. I don't want to ruin my first time playing through the game.
With that fan art.
They've been, like, pretty tight on leaks, though. The only leaks that have happened have been, like, very minor things that were, like, yeah, we kind of were sort of leaking it up on purpose anyway. It's not too big of a deal. There was, like, one thing that we kind of weren't supposed to know, but it had to do with how the world generates. It isn't even, like, a story or feature spoiler. It's, like, a leaked diagram of how world gen works. And, I mean, now that it's public, I can just say it's cubic generation. So you know how Minecraft does chunk-based generation, where it's like slivers of the world, and it's like the world can get pretty deep and pretty tall now, but it's pretty limited and pretty poor performance. Cubic generation, well, you can look up what mods that add cubic chunk generation to Minecraft do, because it's pretty nutty. It literally makes infinitely deep worlds. That is potentially possible with Hytale. At the very least, insanely deep. And potentially infinitely tall.
But most of all, we're confident now that the direction that we're being unlocked to move in is the direction that the community deserves Hytale to be. A game like this isn't something that you can sit down and write on a piece of paper and say, oh, we think this is a really great strategic opportunity as a studio. A game like this is a game that has to evolve a genre and move a community as a whole. And so we want to bring our Hypixel community into Hytale. We want to invite the wider games community, the Riot community, a lot of different groups to come and experience this game with us.
Yeah. Did you see that? Watch this character.
Come and experience this game with us. We made this game.
There's much better, smoother, cleaner, more AAA feeling movement in this game than, if you're going to use it as a comparison, Minecraft. People say this is like Minecraft 2, but it feels more like a marriage between Minecraft and Terraria with a massively AAA budget and a bespoke engine from the start. One of Minecraft's biggest hindrances that literally cannot be solved ever, they cannot fix this unless they scrap the game and start from the ground up, which they'll never do, is that Minecraft was started with the foundation of spaghetti code. Apparently something Notch would often say to some of the devs when they would get hired to the game early on, the first thing he would say often was, sorry about the code. Because, you know, it was made by him and his wife, his ex-wife, and, you know, very Swiss cheesy. It had problems. And, the fact that they built an empire on top of that Swiss cheese, you know, doesn't bode well for the game's long-term performance. This game is being made from a AAA bespoke custom engine from the get-go, with a massive AAA budget.
Game because we felt like this is what we wanted to make in our heart. And that's what Riot, I think, recognized, and that's why we partnered, is, you know, coming from the heart is how you make games that will move players.
Yeah. Also, leaf blow effects and birds that actually have good AI and fly around. They've done a dozen blog posts to break down, like dozens of blog posts breaking down individual, like, mechanical ways the game works, from world generation to the way that lighting works and how this game's going to be able to work on potato computers and is going to be able to look, like, insanely pretty and run really well on those, like, top-tier PCs if you're just trying to crank everything to max. And on top of that, oh yeah, by the way, any of you guys play any Riot games? Valorant or TFT, Team Fight Tactics, I think it's called, or League? Open up the Riot launcher and look at the characters on the Riot launcher. One of them, on the official Riot launcher, is a Quebec. The Quebec and a couple of other Hytale things are on the Riot launcher if you look at it. That's what the little furry tree creature is with the spear. They're already incorporating Hytale into their branding, Riot is, because they're getting ready for the launch. And Riot is, like, the second, if not the biggest game publisher in the world. You know, it's pretty up there. So, it's a pretty big deal. And then, of course, here's the announcement trailer from 4 years ago, which sits right now at nearly 61 million views. This is the trailer that blew everyone's mind, that got everyone hyped on Hytale, but since then they've shown way more stuff in blog posts that's gotten us way more interested. Like, the stuff they show in this is like, that's it, compared to what they've shown us since. This is the original trailer. This was what they had of the game back when it was made by a small indie dev team. They've gone from 30 to 150 devs. Nice. That's gonna be me. That's Buddha Cat, though. But that will be me. Here's the part you guys that do coding are gonna like. Live scripting. Yeah. It's like you have like tons of different things you can do in the game. So you can make a movie theater in the game to watch like shit with your friends. Yeah, imagine this ends up dethroning WoW too. The Hytale porn watch parties are gonna be insane. Dude, you could have one of those like jerk-off theaters in Hytale. Like those theaters like for some reason people would go to watch porn, like in a big room with a bunch of other people. Like, we could have those in Hytale. Hey, Balth. With proximity chat, I'm pretty sure the game's going to have some form of proximity chat functionality. Will we have watch parties in Hytale? That would be pretty cool, but we'll probably keep doing them in Discord for ease of access, you know? Also, for those of you guys who are skeptical, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are skeptical about things like this, and honestly, it's completely warranted. I'm a gamer too. I've been hyped about a lot of games, and I've been burned by a lot of games. And for the last decade, roughly, besides Hytale, I have been quite jaded in regards to pretty much any game release, or any potential game. Like, I get hyped, but I try to keep my expectations low, and I've not been disappointed yet because of how low I keep my expectations. Hytale's a special case, though. I followed its development since really anybody knew about the game. I've actually, like, become mutuals with several devs. I've gotten, not inside information, but I have been so attached to the community that I've received more information than the average person who'd be an enthusiast on the game would be, or would get. And because of that, I'm very aware of the track the game is on. I'm very aware of what the realistic outcomes, considering like the evidence we have on hand, the amount of money put into the game, the amount of investment Riot has into it, the amount of constant onboarding of new people to the game studio without any leaving, pretty much. Like, that's a very good sign. Like, every single sign, besides the fact that it's been delayed, which people are mad about, is a green flag. And I know that games getting delayed is typically a bad sign in the gaming industry, but in this case, it's a good one because they're not crunching their devs, they're not underpaying their devs, they're not cutting things off from the game. They're just, it's ready when it's ready. That's the moniker they've kept saying. When people ask when's it coming out, they say it's ready when it's ready. Plus, you guys know about my track record when it comes to predictions, okay? And I've never been more sure of a, like, feeling that I have, both a gut feeling and an actual conclusion I came to through the evidence that's at my disposal, than I am for Hytale's success. Hytale is going to be the biggest game in the world when it comes out. Take my fucking word for it. I've said it many times. Clip me. and ship me and hold me to it when Hytale releases, or if 10 years from now it never releases and it gets canceled. That won't happen, but have the clip just in case. That is how sure I am. Not to mention, Minecraft is on its way out. People are very sick of Mojang. Apillo has a very good point there. Yep, Stop the Mob vote was trending today. I think the Armadillo one, right? Did Ethan tell you? What's Ethan telling me? I don't know what you're referencing. Never mind. Okay. No, Ethan doesn't tell me anything about Hytale. Glow Squid should have won again. Yeah, write in Glow Squid for your ballot. Yeah, Mojang has caused Minecrafters to actually unionize against them. An unthinkable event. Gotta hope the big Hytale YouTubers don't end up being pedos like the Minecraft ones. I honestly don't think they will be. I feel like a lot of the Hytale YouTubers will be... What I'm hoping is the release of Hytale very well may be a full circle or very similar event to what the release of Minecraft was, but much faster, much more explosively onto the scene. A lot of new YouTubers are going to grow to gargantuan size because of Hytale. They're going to specialize in it. They're going to make amazing content in it in a broad variety of genres. And there's going to be brand new YouTubers coming out of the woodwork and just kind of growing on YouTube through Hytale. Yeah, Redunes is going to be huge. He is going to be fucking massive. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can... Yeah, Redunes is popping off. Yeah, he's gonna be fucking huge. Does Zan not realize this is a second Holocaust? Dude, the same troll has been spamming in chat all day, and it's getting kind of funny. Because they just keep spamming, do you not realize this is a second Holocaust, in reference to, an event, because they're like an Israel apologist, but what's happening right now is the IDF is, airstriking the fuck out of Gaza, so, I don't, yeah. I guess, yeah, you could say it's a second Holocaust, but not for the reason you think it is. How the fuck do they ban evade that often? Well, because they're just switching accounts. They're just making new accounts. So, one thing you have to realize about, conservative trolls online is they literally do not have a life and will spend hours and hours and hours making new accounts. Most of them have, dozens of accounts already sitting on the side from trolling other people that they just, switch between on different platforms. It's very common. All right. Y'all ready to read some donos and get into segments? T. Lossalot, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Gifted to Lord Dracula. I'm going to assume that's just a 1-monther, so that's $10 right there. Thank you so freaking much. Didn't say anything, but I really do appreciate it. Pepper T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is a very kind $25. Thank you so much. Gifted to Pictish Cat, Prancing Goldfish, Bill Portley, Versus, and Socks JPEG. Thank you so much, and you sent me a link as well. A meme called Cooking Bad. We'll watch that in just a second. Thank you so much. And then Rock, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's a very kind $5. Thank you so much. Says, let me be blue. You are now blue. Welcome to the Blue Man group. May Dastardly, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Says, Rightoid trolls make me want to throw money at Zan out of spite. That's true. Every time some conservative comes into chat and trolls me, people donate. So keep doing that. It makes me more money. Thank you. I appreciate it, May Dastardly. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you all so much for your support so far. Remember, guys, you don't even have to donate, sub, or gift a sub on my website, or even super chat to support me, or buy merch, which you can also do in the links. You don't have to do any of those things at all to support me. You can support me for completely free simply by hitting the thumbs up button over on YouTube. The like button really goes a long way to help the channel. It forces YouTube to push my content out to more people, so every single like really does do a lot for me, and it just takes a second, so please consider hitting that button. It directly helps my channel. Let's watch this meme I got sent by PepperT21.
See, I have terminal cancer. We need to cook.
Cook? You want to sell meth?
No, Jesse, that's highly illegal and probably lead to death and murder. What I'm talking about is making some real money.
You're a genius, yo.
Mr. White, you make a very good easy bake cupcake. What if I would offer you a job? You would have access to my Easy Bake Oven Ultimate, which can make the purest mac and cheese in the world. No way, Poopyhead. I understood. Oh, God.
What the fuck?
Did
What the
we
fuck?
cause that? Is that because I said no? I can't believe that
That
happened.
must have been like a predetermined event in like the natural flow of time, yo.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm out, bitch.
You should have just done drugs.
Believe it or not, them making meth is actually the best timeline. Every other possible, like, outcome was worse than what really happened in Breaking Bad. They're in the best timeline. Baking Bad. Ron's KFC, thank you for the $19.99. I really appreciate it. Or the $19.99. I wish it was $19.99. $1,999 Jesus. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Said, what? People throwing money at Zan? No way! Thank you. I really appreciate the super chat. Very kind of you. Okay, guys. I have one final stun lock. I'm going to read the stono, and then I got one final stun lock to do before we get into segments, alright? And it's me making a request of you guys to watch a TV show. Alright? I've never done this before, but I'm going to genuinely ask you guys to check out a TV show. Because it is that fucking good. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Cryptid T. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very kind and based of you. Says white name eradicated. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. And then T Loss a lot. Thank you for the tier 1 or tier 2 gifted sub to Cryptid T as well. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Says got you, fam. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Let me update that dono goal really fast. Your generosity is always appreciated, as always. I say always a lot. Hold on, let me show you this. Alright, guys. Alright. At one point, AMC's The Walking Dead was the biggest show on television. But due, in large part, to the fall of zombies and the cultural zeitgeist due to fatigue of zombies as a topic for media, and in large part due to some very questionable writing decisions that I don't think I need to name if you are a watcher or ex-watcher of The Walking Dead, and because of that, the show fell from its loving graces a long time ago. And a few months ago, the final season, season 11, brought The Walking Dead original show to an actually quite good ending. The final couple seasons of the main Walking Dead show really brought things back, and I was really enjoying my watching of the show after having taken a multiple-year break away from it. Then they came out with these new spin-offs. Dead City, which starred Maggie and Negan in Manhattan Island, was pretty good, but it wasn't as good as what I was hoping for. But then along came The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon. Oh, there we go. The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon. The show you may have heard of as The Daryl in France Show. Is actually so fucking top tier, I am mind blown. It goes beyond any, level of quality that The Walking Dead has met before. If you liked The Walking Dead at any point and thought it was good at any point in its runtime, this show blows that point in the original Walking Dead show out of the fucking water. It is so fucking good. Tonally, it is a completely different show. Settings-wise, it's literally in France. There's castles and shit. It's a completely different show. And it feels very Death Stranding. It's also probably not a coincidence that Hideo Kojima spent a lot of time on set for this show. You know, so it stars Norman Reedus. It's got some Death Stranding vibes for sure. Let's watch. This is the trailer.
My name's Daryl Dixon. I come from a place called the Commonwealth. It's in America.
How did you come to be in France?
Bunch of bad decisions. How'd you end up here?
A bunch of good decisions. We've been waiting for you. I'm Laurent. You're the messenger to deliver Laurent.
L'Américain?
Trouvez-le, tuez-le.
Je retrouverai. Je chercherai rien.
I know you can get him there safely. He's ready
Ready for what?
to lead the revival of humanity.
The Walking Dead in Europe is cool as fuck because there's castles everywhere. And everyone's, like, living in castles.
Things happen. Things are changing, you know?
Maybe we're the same that way. Broken until the world ended.
Take it. If I don't make it back, I want them to know I tried. Hell, I'm still trying.
It's really good. But I don't have Amazon Prime, so I can't watch it. It's not on Amazon Prime, or at least I don't think it is. If you have AMC Plus, which you get with, like most cable subscriptions, then you can watch it just from that. All the episodes are out, by the way. The finale literally came out today on AMC Plus, and it was so fucking good that I genuinely want you guys to go watch it. Genuinely, it's so fucking good. Oh, it's not on cable. It's if you have a cable subscription, then you'll be able to get it. Maybe your parents have cable. I don't know. You're all Zoomers. You all probably live with your parents. Most of you, at least. A fair amount of you. There's no shame in that. I'm just saying that at that age, it's common. You listen to me while I play FF14. Oh! Final mini stunlock before we do segments. If you like my streams and you want to play video games with me, Hyper's in chat. Because there's a video game that I've been playing quite incessantly for the last 4 months, 5 months now, called Final Fantasy XIV Online. It is an MMO, and yes, it is a Final Fantasy game. If you're not into those games, don't let it turn you off. It is my first ever Final Fantasy game, and I don't ever plan to play a different one. It is, you know, every Final Fantasy game is its own standalone thing. You don't need to have played any other ones. They're all like an anthology type thing with, you know, branding similarities across each game, right? Like there are things that are in each one, but the story doesn't carry across for the most part. That said, though, it is fantastic. It is really, really good. It is very fun. Holy crap, is it good. I'm really getting into it. And I'm in the second expansion now, and it's like a show that you can't wait to get back to binge watching. You know, that's how the main storyline feels like, because it's, you know, so much. It's a very story-heavy MMO. When you're playing the story and like the quest line, it basically turns into a single-player like RPG, but then you're going out in the world and you see people and you're doing like dungeons with other people and raids with other people, and there's tons of other multiplayer content, but the story just puts a lot of they put a lot of work into the single player experience. That said, I have created a free company, which is like a guild in the game. The game is also free to play, so if you want to get into it, you can play literally hundreds of hours worth of content for completely free. And you can join the free company and get into it. The way to do so is to simply click on that link right there. It's the Discord link that I'm posting and Zanbot is posting. It'll add you to the Discord server for the free company I've made in Final Fantasy. It's called the Soul Strikers, and I hang out in there a lot. In the VC, I'm online on Final Fantasy 14 a lot, so I talk in there in the free company chat a lot. It's really chill. Everybody's name shows up as yellow above their heads, so we see each other a lot in the main cities. You'll probably see me standing in Limsa Laminza. It's really, really cool. Yes, your last name has to be Striker, but you'll see that in the rules of the Discord. I want to see a big flood of people in the Soul Strikers Discord. Come on. That's 2 people so far. Come on. I want to see more people get in there. You want to play some video games with me, right? We're going to be doing raids and events. We're currently getting into the bid for a player housing, because the player housing in this game is like, there's a set amount of houses in the game. And so you literally have to like put in a ticket in a raffle. You literally have to put a ticket into a raffle and get lucky. You have to get lucky in a raffle for one of the few houses. And you have to have enough money to buy the ticket. So yeah. Yes, I know. Don't give attention to the Nazi in chat. Just keep going about what you're doing, because I can just ban him in a second. And he disappears, and if you guys don't give him attention, he's just kind of screaming into the void at nothing. Looking like kind of an idiot. Somehow more fair housing in the real world. That's actually about as unfair as the real world, because it's a lottery. It's gambling. But yeah, we're currently getting a big ol' house. But yes, please consider joining the free company. It's really fun. We're having a great time on FF14. I'm gonna put in the link again. Here's the link again. Join the free company. Seriously, it's fun as hell. We're having a great time. I'm going to be getting on Final Fantasy 14 literally tonight after stream, so, you know, if you want to play the game with me literally tonight, you should start installing it and hop in the free company. It's a real good time. That said, though, let's get into segments. Just bringing up the shit for the stream. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So guys, it has been a little while since we have checked in on Prageru. They're actually doing well in terms of viewership, but not so well in terms of the viewer response. This video from 3 weeks ago we're about to react to, called Sex is Binary, currently has 1 million views and 5.4 thousand likes, and obviously dislikes are hidden, but that is a not so good amount of likes for a video with that many views. Obviously, PragerU is likely botting a lot of their videos as well. They've got the money and resources to do that, so why wouldn't they? They don't have a soul. They don't have, like, morals or anything like that, so there's no downside for them. That said, though, PragerU has famously, throughout all the times we've covered their content, been a channel that has reliably produced high volumes of lies in a very short span of time. It's genuinely, like, impressive, and it's like a trap that you'll get stuck in fact-checking every claim they make, determining it's a lie, and being like, nope, that is just a bald-faced lie. It's literally, you could Google it and see demonstrably what they're saying isn't true. And on a topic like this, I guarantee they're going to make a lot of straightforward claims without any actual anything to cite it. What I'm going to imagine this video will be, I have not watched this video at all. I have not pre-watched it in any way, shape, or form. Here's what I think this video will be. I think they're going to bring in a quack doctor. One of those doctors that's been laughed off the stage from the entire medical industry, who has basically decided to, abandon their job as a health care provider and instead basically pursue a job as a right-wing grifter. And instead of citing any actual sources, studies, or institutions that agree with their claims, they're just going to have a single doctor say, this is what I believe, and this is actually what all the rest of the medical industry believes, but we can't say it because the wokeness will cancel us out of being doctors, we'll just get canceled. That's going to be my guess, because that's pretty much every propagandistic video that goes along these lines. Let's see it. Also, by the way, several people who have acted as speakers on PragerU have literally spilled the beans about how this all works. There's no ambiguity or guesswork to be done. Hunter Avallone, who has spoken multiple times for PragerU, has literally talked about what they had him do. They gave him like a bunch of cue cards to read. He didn't even believe half the shit he was saying, but they gave him a paycheck. It was like $5,000 or $15,000, I believe. And they gave him cue cards. He read them. And a couple months later, they put out a video and they had his endorsement. That's literally what they do. That's all these videos are. They gave this, whoever's it's going to be talking, they gave this person cue cards and they paid them off and sent them on their way.
Asked to define the word woman during her Supreme Court confirmation hearings in 2022,
a person who identifies as a woman, or if you insist that you use a definition that does not use the word woman, instead, somebody who identifies with the gender identity that is most commonly associated with feminine characteristics. There you go.
Judge Ketanji Jackson famously demurred, saying, "I'm not a biologist." Well, I am a biologist, and I'm here to help. To that end, let me rephrase.
I knew it. I knew it. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the backstory of this guy. Let's find out what this guy's backstory is. Colin Wright. So, the only thing that comes up about him that isn't just like, here's his like IMDb or here's his like webpage is a story by a right-wing institution that says the following. This is back in 2020, so this is old news. That's why not a lot of stuff comes up. Evolutionary biologists forced out of academia for insisting male and female are not social constructs. He was on Joe Rogan. Yep, here he is. Yep, he's a conservative ex-doctor. Founding editor of At Real Last Stand, a publication dedicated to free speech, science, and reality. Quote, reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Philip K. Dick. Fellow Manhattan Institution advisor. It's a great city, safe and free. Whiskey, fitness, cats, and ideas. He loves the high-level ideas. Oh, jeez. So yeah, he's been ousted out of academia a while ago. So if you guys are actually interested in why he was ousted out of academia, it's because when you're a doctor or a scientist, it's not unreasonable to disagree or to challenge already held beliefs. Like, for example, a very common practice in science, especially when you are going through schooling, is to test scientific laws and scientific theories and try to break them, try to prove them wrong. Obviously, you're not going to. You're peer reviewing very, very old research, but you're proving it to yourself and to your entire classroom that these fundamental laws exist. You're reproducing these things. And that is in and of itself a challenge to the already held norm. Every day, science students are challenging scientific laws and scientific theories by testing them in the classroom. But every time they test them, they're re-strengthened, right? There's a difference between making a clear, concise effort to challenge an idea in science because you are trying to come to the truth of something and trying to do it because you have a political bias. And there are a lot of people who, just because they're doctors or scientists, are not immune to political bias, both on the left and the right. And I do think that's concerning. This guy is one of those people. For quite some time now, surprisingly, the scientific consensus has been that not only that sex and gender are not the same thing, and this is agreed upon by, countless medical organizations, from the United Nations National Health Service, I believe the American Medical Health Association, the American Pediatrics Health Association, the American Human Rights Campaign. I could literally go on. I'm just wrapping off the brain here, but that has been recognized for a while now. But specifically in regards to sex, biological sex, it has been agreed upon that that is not binary, as in there are only two, male and female, for a while now. You can look at articles from, I believe the Scientific American has a really big article on this that is a massive just statement with a bunch of studies kind of put together. But the current consensus right now is that gender and sex are not the same thing, and that sex itself is not binary. That's literally the overwhelming consensus. The current view of it is that sex is more of a bimodal distribution. So on one end, you've got most of the population falling on the more male or masculine end of things. And then on the other end, you've got most of the population, obviously most of half of the population, falling on the more feminine side of things. But then you've got people that very much don't fit in with that fall somewhere in the center or far on, either extreme. A good example of this are people who are intersex. There's actually a good graphic I might be able to find. Intersex chromosome chart. So for quite some time now, we've been quite familiar. This is from the Scientific American. This is visualizing sex as a spectrum by the Scientific American, and this is a graphic they made specifically to help understand this. It's way more complicated than a binary. Basically, you've got on this end of things, this is literally incomprehensible to us. It's so complicated. The fact is that literally no one here, and certainly no YouTubers or people getting paid by Prageru to read off cue cards, are actually genuinely qualified enough to understand this shit. This is very complicated. And the way that this data and this chart bears out in reality leads to things such as some people are born with a dick and balls, go to the hospital one day in their 30s to get an x-ray or an MRI or whatever, and the doctor's like, sir, you have a uterus. That just kind of happens. You've got a uterus and ovaries, bro. You got a dick and balls and you have your entire life, but you've got a uterus and ovaries too. And you never know. There is there is some pretty substantial fuckery that nature has to offer. Unfortunately, reality is not set in stone. There is not a what there's supposed to be. What is common, what is ubiquitous, is not how it is supposed to be. Conservatives have a very unscientific tendency to ascribe meaning to reality. There is no meaning to reality. This guy is demonstrating the fact that he is a bad scientist simply by implying that he thinks there is meaning in there supposing to be a male and female sex, and that's it. But yeah, this guy's been ousted from academia for a while now because he's just kind of taken a political side against the current scientific consensus. He has no actual, data or any evidence using the scientific method that it was gathered through to challenge it or anything. He's just trying to grift off a career. You can see it in his dead eyes. Look at his dead eyes and his, mannequin doll plasticky face.
Raise the question to Judge Jackson. Are sex categories in humans, male and female, real, immutable, and binary? Or are they merely social constructs? Answer,
So, they're not going to explain what social construct means. Something you need to recognize about these videos is that they'll say a common buzzword that's oftentimes used by lefties without at least doing their due diligence in explaining what it means. A social construct does not mean it is not real. Something being a social construct does not mean it's not real. Let's take language, for example. Language is a social construct, but it is still real. Meaning, we made up language. It is a construct of our social interaction that we made up for the sake of communication, to make it easier. In that same way, we often refer to gender as a social construct, because prior to the existence of gender roles, we just kind of had sex. Well, we definitely had sex, but we also just had, sex that we could see, obviously, and that would kind of, oh, look, the people with the vaginas and the titties are typically smaller and weaker, and the guys with the dicks and the balls are typically bigger and stronger. I wonder how we ought to divvy up our, jobs in our caveman society, and that's more likely than not how gender expectations started. We socially constructed it because it made society easier. Pronouns. He, she, her, they, them, it, its, all of these are words that we developed to make communication easier. They weren't, carved into our brains by God. We weren't born knowing how to speak. We were taught how to speak by other people, by our parents usually, our grandparents, whoever your guardian was. So that is what we mean when we say something is a social construct. Not that it's simply not real, which is what conservatives will often strawman that into meaning.
Real. That's just the way it is, and we all know it. Immutable. It can't be changed. And binary. There are only 2 sexes, not 3 or 4 or 57. This is true throughout the plant and animal kingdoms. An organism's sex is defined by the type of gamete, sperm or ova, it can or would produce.
So, conservative messaging on this issue is no different than it has always been on the issue of climate change. Since the 80s, conservatives have put billions of dollars into pushing misinformation disguised to look like it's coming from a reliable scientist out to the public in order to keep their narrative that climate change isn't real, it's not affected by humans, and they don't need to do anything about it going. They're doing the same thing on this issue. The overwhelming majority of the scientific community has already settled on this issue, and there is a lot of money in convincing people not to believe what the scientists are saying. We did it with conservatism, or not conservatism, well, yeah. We did it with climate change denial for literal decades. Literally 99.7% of scientists pretty much have been saying climate change driven by humans is real and we need to do something about it for over a decade, for decades. And conservatives are still pushing the idea that it's all made up and successfully getting people to believe it. The people who watch this drivel and believe it are a lot dumber than you may even give credit for.
Males have the function of producing sperm, or small gametes, and females ova, or large ones. There is no third gamete type. There are only two.
So this is so reductive that it just doesn't bear out in reality. I mean, that isn't how scientists break down biological sex. I've already demonstrated. Do I need to bring up more examples of what the scientific consensus is? Mind you, there are not going to be any citations. Let's look at the description. Here's the citations. We've got the script. They link the script and a link to their website where they have the script and another link to the script, their tags, and then a link to their website where you can... Do you know the truth about transgender ideology and, quote, gender-affirming care? Take the quiz and sign the petition to protect kids from harmful ideology here. And then a link to their website. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at some of the data on this issue. Fantastic. Open link in new tab. I'm busting out the ultimate research doc, because fuck it. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I can just let the king do it. Well, what? Here I am. Wasting my breath, putting in all this hard work when I can just let the king of science do it. Allow me to introduce you all to the king of science on YouTube, Hank Green, on SciShow, with his video, Science Proves There Are More Than Two Human Sexes. Just straight up. Not to mention, by the way, if you want to get a look at their citations on this claim, that science proves there are more than two human sexes, on one of the most well-acclaimed science channels on all of YouTube, let's look at their description. Wow. Yeah. Image sources, too. They even have sources for their images. Here is literally all of the .edus and .govs and like scientific organizations and government institutions they're pulling their sources from. Literally this laundry list of different links that they've cited. Not a damn thing for PragerU other than self-promotion. I can't play much of this without it getting copyrighted because this is a large, like, reputable company run by PBS, public broadcasting station. But I'll play as much of it as I can without getting yeeted.
In high school biology, we usually learn that the sexes in humans are fixed and concrete. Whether you're male or female is black and white and rooted in your DNA. Your 23rd pair of chromosomes is either two X chromosomes or an X and a Y. That's it. End of story. And that's essentially what scientists thought too. But it turns out that sex isn't that straightforward. In fact, biologists today are saying sex is a spectrum, and the scientific community is still working on understanding and respecting the people who fall in the middle of that spectrum. To get this out of the way right up front, we're not talking about gender or sexuality here. Gender refers to social and cultural attributes and understandings of men and women and their roles, though not every culture has only two categories, and it's increasingly seen as a spectrum. Plus, the gender you identify as may or may not be the same one as what you express with things like your clothing and behavior, all of which can also be on a spectrum. Sexuality describes who you are attracted to, and it can be equally complicated and on a spectrum, and where you are on these spectrums isn't necessarily fixed. What we are talking about today is your biology, including your chromosomes, your hormones, your gonads, and your genitals. The catch is that these biological features don't always agree with each other. And they certainly don't always conform to those high school health class diagrams that tell us there's a single, universally correct pathway to being male and female. In fact,
well, he's about to go into a ton of statistics. Obviously, we went over all the citations and everything. This is an actual science video explaining the issue. that is completely on its own. Its existence debunks this one. This guy's been laughed out of academia for pursuing the grift of right-wing dollars. But the fact that he has PhD in his name is all it takes for very dumb people to assume what he says without any sources or citations must be the truth. Because the doctor said it, so it must be true.
Therefore, sex is binary. This shouldn't be controversial. It's just basic biology.
Basic biology when advanced biology enters the room.
One of us is the result of a male and a female, our biological mom and dad, successfully reproducing. Sorry to make you think about that. Without the existence of males and females, I wouldn't be here right now.
You could tell how he's like stuttering with reading the cue cards, right? You can see like in the reflection of his glasses too. And it's why he's talking so slowly, is because he's reading.
And neither would you. Our species would have gone extinct long ago. Many gender activists, however, falsely assert that sex cannot be binary and must be viewed as a spectrum.
Isn't it funny how like every conservative bit of media has to focus on degrading those that disagree with them? Like, I oftentimes will read my comments, and there'll be a conservative who's like a fan of a conservative YouTuber I'm debunking, and they'll get really mad at me for insulting their favorite conservative YouTuber in the comments. Like, I was gonna watch your video, but then you called him a propagandist and said he was a demon, and you're clearly triggered. And it's like, okay, your favorite YouTubers are constantly shitting on the left. All of the most popular conservative content is shitting on and sending personal insults out towards lefties. So simply making not even an insulting claim, but a like opinion-based claim about the content made by your favorite YouTuber is too far. Like, they are the definition of dishing it out but not being able to take it. They will absolutely play the victim when insulted and act like you've gone too far by being mean to their favorite conservative channel. But all of their favorite conservative content is about depicting the left like this. Like, we're mad, we're crazy gender activists.
Assert that sex cannot be binary and must be viewed as a spectrum because a very small number of people have genitalia that appear ambiguous or mixed. Phenomena.
This is one of their so obviously they can't ignore the fact that intersex people exist. This is where they start to do that thing I was talking about before with ascribing meaning to reality. They think that because most people are male or female, that must be how it's supposed to be. So you can just discount any exceptions to that because those are just mistakes or defects or glitches. They're not supposed to exist. And it's like, what? So he's acknowledging right now that there are people who have multiple sexes, genitals, and gonads and other sexual characteristics and whatnot, but they don't matter to our scientific evaluation of how sex works because we've decided they're mistakes and that's not how it's supposed to work. And so we just don't count them. It's like trying to argue that a number sequence is binary when there's some threes thrown into the ones and zeros, but you're like, but we're not counting the threes because they're typos. It's like, but that's still not a binary sequence. What are you talking about? You can't just ignore them and they just disappear. That's not how reality works. It's this desperation to ascribe meaning to the way things are that just is very unscientific. Scientists don't look for meaning in things. They look for why things are, not for meaning.
Known as intersex conditions. These ideologues claim the existence of such conditions renders the categories male and female meaningless. But intersex conditions don't...
There you go. He even outright said it, meaningless, because they ascribe so much meaning to these things. They think there is they're ideologues. They're well, obviously Prageru is a literal religious institution, so they're pushing conservative propaganda through religious ideology too. Pre-watched? No. As a college chemist, I can confirm what Zan said. I don't remember exactly what I said that you're confirming, but yes, most of what I say is very true. And most scientists would agree with everything I say. There is no meaning, there are only reasons. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is very much true. I probably heard a scientist say that at some point, but I'm pretty sure that's off the dome.
Undermine the sex binary at all, because sex ambiguity is not a third sex. The existence of very rare borderline cases.
It's not that there's a third sex, it's that there's not even two. It's that there's an infinite number, potentially. If you look at it on a binary scale, a binary has a gradient with an infinite amount of points on it. That's how a binary or a bimodal distribution works. Like if you like a line, for example, has infinite amount of points on it in math. So yeah, that's this is really stupid. I have to dumb myself down beyond like the shreds of schooling I remember from high school. I have to get down to like elementary school shit to engage with this.
No more raise questions about everyone else's sex than the existence of dawn and dusk cast doubt onto the existence of day and night.
Okay. You realize that there is also twilight, right? And that there are several areas of the day that we ascribe. There's the golden hour, which is a label that we have for the best time of day for taking photography. There's there's noon, high noon. Like what kind of attempt at a comparison is this? Actually, time of day is a really good example. We've literally just given labels to certain brackets of time in the day, and time itself is also something we've socially constructed as our way of perceiving the passage of events and our perception of it. But it's a perfect example. Like noon, like when you say it's afternoon, you're talking about 1 p.m. to like 5. Do you know how different it is at 5 p.m. compared to 2 p.m.? Like, it's practically sunset at 5 p.m. The sun's, like, all orange in the sky, and it's, like, the shadows are casted all long, and it's kind of dark if you go into the woods. So if you're someone who likes to go outside in the woods, it's already getting dark, and you need to set up camp. Like, there are, you know, very good reasons to break down times of day into different hours, and those hours into minutes, and those minutes into seconds. Because as it turns out, reality is more complicated than the overly simplistic worldview these people have been paid billions of dollars, no doubt, in order to push to very stupid and ignorant people.
Our society isn't experiencing a sudden dramatic surge in people born with ambiguous genitalia. We're experiencing a dramatic surge in people who are unambiguously one sex, claiming to identify as the opposite sex.
So this is a completely different issue. Sneaky, sneaky, pseudo-scientific pieces of shit. So now, what they're claiming is that the rise in people identifying as transgender correlates somehow in a rise in... They're trying to claim that there's been a rise in people who are intersex by pointing to a graph. This is a made-up graph, by the way. Notice how there's, like, no markings on here. There's no citation. It's just... They do this a lot, where it's just a graph. Like, they've made graphs so it'll be the amount of communism in a country, and then the amount of happiness in a country, and then the amount of communism goes up, and the amount of happiness goes down. Like, they just do that all the time. It's one of the most Prageru tactics that there is. It's kind of nice we got to see an example of one in this video. But, no, this is if anything, this represents the amount of people coming out as transgender. This is a separate thing from, like, people who are intersex. Like Hank Green said at the beginning of his video, intersex, sexuality, and gender identity are not the same thing. Nice try.
Or
tried to sneak it past us, didn't you? As well as in regards to the rise in people identifying as trans in recent years, it's the same thing as people identifying as gay, and the same thing as with people identifying as left-handed. So left-handedness graph. You can literally see the same trend happened when gay marriage and gayness stopped being as looked down upon. And we're seeing the same phenomena today with trans people, and it's getting demonized. prior to the 1900, we didn't really ban being left-handed. We didn't really we didn't have it banned from schools. We didn't have private school nuns like slapping the wrists of kids who were doing that. And it became way more normalized in around 1900, and it blasted off, and people were, probably fear-mongering about the rise of this statistic all through these years until it plateaued. Because guess what? There was always a set amount of left-handed people. There were only wavering statistics in the amount of people there were due to the fact that there was on and off amounts of either oppression or lack of oppression towards people with left hands or who were left-handed. The same goes for gay people, and the same goes for people who are trans. Eventually, these statistics will plateau because there's always been an amount of trans people. There's always been an amount of gay people. The only reason why these numbers fluctuate is based on whether or not trans or gay people feel safe enough to come out.
Something other than male or female altogether.
Also, we're really taking this video slow, so I'm going to speed it up a little.
Gender ideology seeks to portray sex as so incomprehensibly complex and multivariable that our traditional...
Imagine attempting to describe any scientific topic like this. Yes, theoretical physics attempts to make understanding how reality works so incomprehensible the layperson just can't understand it and can't grasp it. Like, this is the most desperate attempt to make someone dumber I've ever seen.
Practice of classifying people as either male or female is grossly outdated and should be abandoned for a revolutionary concept of gender identity. This new system holds that...
Well, gender identity is separate, but yes, you should respect people's gender identity.
Males shouldn't be barred from female sports, women's prisons, or other spaces previously segregated, so long as...
Ooh, I'm glad they're lasering in on the wedge issues that have the most anti-trans support. So on the vast majority of issues, people couldn't care less about trans people being respected and having rights. But when it comes to women's shelters for domestic abuse or rape, women's sports and women's prisons, these are the weak points for trans rights, because obviously there's the risk of if you have a trans woman in a woman's prison, there could be pregnancies. Obviously, I'm who gives a fuck, right? I don't care. There are rapings that happen in our normal prisons. I don't think our prisons should be a place that we just decided we're just gonna let rapings happen in. Why is that a thing? If you send a trans woman to a male prison, she's definitely going to get raped. So, why are we allowing the prisons to operate like this? We should completely overhaul our prison system. It should be completely different. It should be way better. I could go on about how we could improve that, but we don't have time for that stun lock. But Finland is a good place to pull from. That said, though, yeah, plus guards, too. Guards do a lot of raping. And female guards receive a lot of raping and, sexual harassment. If you're a female prison guard, oh boy, you get sexually harassed more than any woman on the planet. Yep. Yeah, you do. And obviously, when it comes to women's sports, there's, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of people participating in women's sports that are trans, and they're fear-mongering this. The funny thing as well is they've even instituted trans bans in chess. They keep on fear-mongering that it's for the safety of the women that are competing, but they've done this in non-contact sports, in sports where there's no risk of playing against a male being a physical threat. Like chess. What advantage does a male have in chess? It's just a political fear-mongering thing. Thankfully, though, and this is borne out in data over and over again, this just doesn't bring people out to the polls. The Republicans wasted insane amounts of money on political ads in 2022 for the midterms. It did not bring people out. They lost hardcore with the amount of money they spent on anti-trans ads, and they're leaning even harder into it for 2024. Tons of their anti-trans bills are getting shot down in courts, even in Florida. A recent drag ban was shot down by the courts in Florida and ruled unconstitutional by the First Amendment. So it's just, none of this shit will stand. It's all a flailing attempt to try to take away the rights of a marginalized group with popular support that will never succeed no matter how much money they throw at it. Just like with every other issue, Eventually, the fact that people are not stupid. I joke about people being stupid often, but people are not stupid in that over the long term, people will find out the truth and the truth will prevail. It has on most issues throughout all of history. Only on the very short term have liars and cheats been running things and getting away with it. In the long term, justice is usually doled out and things get better. Look at the grand scale of history. Look at where we are now. Look at where we started. Things have gotten better. And they will continue to get better. No matter how much money these evil people throw at the truth to try to make it go away, it's not going to go away.
So long as they identify as female. But intersex and transgender mean entirely different things. Intersex...
Yeah, we know. You said that after trying to trick people into believing a graph that assumes it's not the case.
People have extremely rare conditions that result in apparent sex ambiguity. Transgender people, however, aren't sexually ambiguous at all, but merely...
Okay, so are we now ceding that intersex people are valid because they have apparent sex ambiguity? Also, there are intersex people who are trans, and yes, transgender is separate. So he starts off the first half of the video arguing a point, and then he's going to spend the last half of the video debunking that point?
They claim to identify as something other than their biological sex. Once you're conscious of this distinction, you'll begin to notice that gender activists attempt to steer discussions away from, for example, whether men who identify as women should be allowed to compete in female sports, and toward prominent intersex athletes like South African runner Caster Semenya. Why? Because so long as they've got you on your heels, making difficult judgment calls on individuals with...
Well, because there are tons of cis people in women's sports who are getting affected by the policies put in place to keep trans people out. Like, there are a significant amount of cis women getting booted out of professional sports because their testosterone levels are too high and it's all natural. Like, it's just, that's how it is. Tons of cis women are going to lose out if you try to put these barriers in place to keep trans people out. It's just, that's how it is.
Medically complicated intersex conditions, they've succeeded in drawing your attention away from making easy calls on unquestionably male athletes, like 2022 NCAA Division I women's swimming and diving champion Leah Thomas. They shift the focus...
This guy has the conservative goal phrenology. Yeah, this is a guy who back in 2020 was laughed out of the academic community for like trying to insist as like a big podium issue that sex and gender are the same thing and sex is binary. He's been laughed out of the academic sphere. He won't be hired anymore as a doctor or as a physician. He's basically just a mouthpiece for the right now who has a PhD.
Focus to intersex to distract from transgender. But the existence of a tiny handful of intersex cases is completely irrelevant.
So the funny thing as well is he's desperately trying to pretend like this is just some lefty activist issue, but the science is settled. Like, there's no amount of Prageru videos that's going to change the scientific procedure and the scientific process. Like, you can't erase what the academic and medical community knows. So as much as they want to, like, complain about how activists are the ones saying this, it's actually doctors and scientists, and they're the ones making these guidelines. So, tough luck. It doesn't matter how much money you put into your propaganda and how much you whine in your videos and how many views those videos get. The scientists already know. You're not going to trick them.
Relevant to the issue of allowing males in female sports, prisons, and restrooms.
Yeah. Also, if we shouldn't care about the tiny number of intersex people, then why should we care about the tiny number of trans people in sports? Very good point, Fortnite.
Policy to exclude males who identify as women, or trans women, from female-only spaces isn't complicated. That's because trans women are unambiguously male, and so the chances that a doctor incorrectly recorded their sex at birth...
That is not true. Like, there are trans women out there who are intersex, actually. There's a fair amount of them. In fact, being intersex directly not correlates, or yeah, no, it correlates, not causates, but correlates very strongly with being trans. Like, if you're intersex, there is a very high likelihood that you end up identifying as trans down the road. Yeah, that's extremely common. So, as a matter of fact, many trans women are not male if you look at their biological sex. They're intersex.
Are essentially zero. Therefore, any transgender policy designed to protect female spaces need only specify that participants must have been recorded female on their original birth certificates. Or, if no birth certificate listing sex is available, biology, not an individual's feelings, will determine whether the participant would be allowed to compete as a male or female.
It's funny that they just suggest look at the assigned sex on the original birth certificate. But the funny thing is, when this all gets put into policy by Republican politicians, it ends up being child genital inspections. Like in Florida and a few of the other Republican states that have done this, where now if you're only if you're a girl, of course, because they only care about the girl sports, only if you're a girl, you have to have your genitals verified by a medical physician as part of your physical in order to participate in any sports for school. So that's the actual policy they're advocating for. But they won't say it, because obviously saying we need to have mandatory child genital inspections doesn't look good in their propaganda video meant to get normies on board with transphobia, you know? Like you don't want to get people, like, you don't want to take the mask off and reveal too late how far you have to go to live up to this worldview that they're pushing in their videos.
Crafting effective intersex policies is more complicated, but a much less pressing issue for protecting the integrity of women's sports. Individual organizations can decide for themselves which criteria should be used to keep female spaces safe and, in the context of sport.
So to give you an idea of how conservatives will react if any institution goes against what they think is best, look at how they've reacted literally every time these institutions have allowed trans people to participate. And on top of that, look at how they've reacted literally any time an individual, like, athlete has had a political belief. Do you remember the football player who kneeled during the national anthem? Colin Kaepernick? That, like, the right screamed and demanded would be fired. The first ever mainstream cancellation ever, the best example of cancel culture ever, was a guy kneeled for the national anthem, and millions of Trump supporters and conservatives demanded he be fired, lose his job, and be homeless. And some insisted he be arrested and executed. That wasn't too uncommon back then either. So that'll give you an idea of what will happen to any of these institutions if they if they allow trans people to compete. And they have. The ones that do absolutely get this treatment.
Safe and fair. It is imperative, however, that such policies be rooted in properties of the body and not one's identity, because identity is not germane to issues of fairness and safety. You can identify as anything you like, but your identity does not determine biological reality. And the reality is...
Well, the fact is that you guys are trying to ban treatments that make someone's identity match more, make someone's physical body match more with their identity. Like, on enough hormones for long enough, a trans woman is physically on par with a cis woman athletically. So, like, sure, that would be the case if you guys win in banning these treatments and access to it.
That sex in humans is immutable and binary. No amount of activist hysteria is ever going to change that.
Ooh, what a biting line. Ooh, what an epic own on the lefties. I'm sorry, though, but the entirety of the scientific consensus disagrees with you. It's not the activist lefties. Like, you can say that as much as you like. You can epically own the lefties with that as much as you like. But we've got literally the entire scientific consensus. The same with evolution. The same with there not being a flat Earth, like so many conservatives are jumping on board with flat Earth lately. The same with vaccines not causing autism. The same with there being global warming. The same with the Earth revolving around the sun. There have been very wealthy, powerful people demanding that the truth on these issues be suppressed for a very long time. But scientists and academics have always been the ones to, come to the truth in the end. And they have. And these insanely wealthy... Well, we actually know that PragerU is funded by oil companies. We know that the oil companies that fund PragerU are not going to be able to throw enough money at the truth to make it go away.
I'm Colin Wright, PhD in evolutionary biology and fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video.
Also, evolutionary biology is not the line of biology that would be, like, specializing in this area. It's somewhat related, but he is not, like, an expert on biological sex by any means. Anyway, that was filled with a whole lot of lies. A whole lot of lies. If you actually want a video that'll explain, like, in depth, deep in depth, the science behind this, the SciShow video is fantastic. I'll see how much more of this video... I'll see how much more of this video I can get away with showing. Here is some, like, actual knowledge to help fill in the void that video created in your mind.
Estimated that nearly 2% of live births are born with congenital conditions of atypical sex development. That basically means that something in their chromosomes, hormones, gonads, or genitals is different from what many people expect of a boy or a girl. This used to be known as being intersex, but these days it's better described as having differences of sexual development, or
yeah, it's called a DSD now. So on top of that, Prageru's video was using completely scientifically outdated terminology as well. They didn't even bring up the term DSD. I totally forgot about that. But yeah, they're not even willing to touch the modern, like, current science.
Or DSDs. And while nearly 2% might not sound like a lot, it means that there could be 130 million people or more with DSDs. If all those people were...
That's intersex people. 130 million people on Earth. That's a lot of fucking people. That would be a large country population. So yeah, that's a lot of people, and that's not counting trans people. Like, trans people are a completely different statistic.
Or in one country, it would be among the top 10 most populous countries in the world. Plus, DSDs are not always something you can see. People can spend their whole lives thinking they're one sex based on anatomy, only to find at least part of them tells a different story. You see, your sex is the result of both sexual determination and sexual differentiation. Sexual determination has to do
Yeah, there are more intersex people than redheads. Natural redheads.
With what chromosomes you get. Those largely determine what happens to your body during sexual differentiation, the process by which you develop the physiological characteristics associated with your sex. And contrary to what you might think, that differentiation doesn't stop when you're born. It continues throughout your life. And that means there are a lot of moments when differences between people can happen. So of course...
This is why things such as puberty blockers and hormones can have such astronomical effects on sex development, because in truth, you don't truly stop developing until fairly late in your life. And the sooner you're administered hormone blockers and hormones, the more of your sex development happens for the opposite sex. This is why, or on the opposite sex on the bimodal spectrum. So this is why conservatives are so desperate to ban these treatments, because with these treatments available, these athletes and these trans women going into women's prisons and what have you are going to be physically indistinguishable from a cis woman. They're not going to have any ground to stand on. They have to ban these treatments as much as possible, or they're going to lose the only real argument they have against trans people in the culture war, which is prisons, shelters, and athletics.
There are a ton of different outcomes. We tend to put these outcomes into two boxes based on visible anatomy, or what scientists call phenotypes. Phenotypical males have testicles and a penis, while phenotypical females have ovaries, a uterus, a vagina, and vulva. But in reality,
what a perfect okay, I'm not gonna
none of the traits we use to discriminate between the sexes are truly binary. There's a lot of variation within what we call male or female, and there's a lot of overlap that's normal too. Anatomically, someone might look phenotypically female on the outside, but not have ovaries or a uterus, or have tissues from both ovaries and testes. And genetics aren't any clearer, because when it comes to chromosomes, people don't always just get two X's or an X and a Y. X's and Y's contain genes that help determine sex, with the Y chromosome...
I'm going to link the video in the description for you guys to go watch, but something I need you guys to understand is the desperation at which many conservatives cling to their ideology. Recently, I put out a video debunking some more Blair White bullshittery. And I brought up an example of her just outright lying about cervical cancer in trans women. You see, a lot of Blair White's content is all about taking an example of a trans woman saying that they have a thing that cis women have or do a thing that cis women do, and then saying, isn't it so ridiculous and stupid that this Tasler thinks that they have periods or that they can get cervical cancer? What a dumb bitch. Like, that's her content pretty much. Like, and then like her audience claps and eats it up like seals. So in one of her videos a while ago, and I am pretty sure I'm the only person to call it out, she responded to a TikTok in which someone who had bottom surgery and was a trans woman talked about getting their getting checked for cervical cancer, getting like pap smears for cervical cancer, like getting checkups. And Blair's whole video was all about how that is insane. Trans people can't get cervical cancer. What are you talking about? Oh my God, that's so crazy. And she happens to link a page from the Canadian Cancer Society. This is cancer.ca, cancer information, and it's, as a trans woman, do I need to get screened for cervical cancer? She clips this, and she only shows this. She clips it only showing this, conveniently cutting it off right before this paragraph. She shows just this bit. If you're a trans woman, you may not have given much thought to pap tests and cervical cancer. And if you haven't, that makes a fair amount of sense. After all, in order to get cervical cancer, you need to have a cervix. That is, the organ that connects the vagina to the uterus. If you're a trans woman and have not had bottom surgery, you aren't at risk for cervical cancer. I went to this page and decided to read the rest because this line that she included kind of seemed a little off to me. It seemed like there's going to be a but statement. And sure enough, if, however, you are a trans woman who has had bottom surgery to create a vaginoplasty, and possibly a cervix, there's a very small risk that you can develop cancer in the tissues of your neovagina or neocervix. The risk depends on the type of surgery you've had and the type of tissue used to create your vagina and cervix and your personal health history. Talk to your healthcare provider to figure out your specific cancer screening needs as part of your overall pelvic health following surgery. So, Blair White demonstrably clearly lied about a very dangerous thing to lie about for a political narrative, and I pointed it out, and it is just undeniable. I read a comment from one of her fans who commented on that video recently, and do you guys want to know what their reaction was? It's not a real cervix, it's just random flesh they've molded into one. You can get cancer anywhere, Lamau. She didn't lie about shit. Nice try. You need to understand that most of the people who are watching this, at least for now, are not going to be convinced. And I've kind of come to terms with that a long time ago, that no matter how good my arguments are, it can only be a crack in the armor of the indoctrination that they've been fed. They really don't want to believe that their favorite right-wing YouTuber is a person who's lying to them for money and for political gain. It's not convenient to them. And so, yeah, a lot of people will see the SciShow video and see all of those scientific studies, and they'll see the Prageru video, and the Prageru video will just sound better to them, and it'll sound more intuitively smart to them, I guess, and they'll go with that instead, because the internet has made reality more preferential than ever. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. I really gotta pee, so I am gonna go AFK for just a second, but I'll be right back. Whole lot of people watching right now. Please consider hitting the like button. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for coming out today. Please hit that like button. It really helps out a lot, and it brings lots more people to the stream. I have returned. All right. Good to see a lot of people joining the free company. Remember, if you want to play some video games with me whenever I'm not streaming, and sometimes when I am streaming, consider joining my Final Fantasy XIV free company. It's like a guild, and there's a free trial for the game that is just absolutely massive. You can get hundreds of hours for free with the free trial. So consider joining the Discord. Ask how to get onto the game, because people will help you get in. It's going to be way easier with help. And yeah, get your free trial going. You don't even have to put in any payment info for the free trial. It's like a legit free trial. Kiwi TP, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm going to assume that's a 1-monther, but correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you so much for the $10. Didn't say anything, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then Nyaplion, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you for the $5. Said, there are two sexes. The sex I had with Dennis Prager's mom and the sex I had with his dad. Based. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Based. Alright, let me update the dono goal really fast. Amazing. Alright, let's get that next segment ready. Alright, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, those of you guys who've been following me for a while, and particularly my, like, real-life stuff, will know that I, earlier this year, moved to Seattle. And I love it here. I am having a great time. But something I've noticed, while I'm taking my walks to, you know, my daily locations that I go for, you know, errands and whatnot, like going to the vape store, the dispensary, I noticed that this place is fucking infested with cops. Like, I'm not even joking. When I go down any main street in Seattle, there are dozens of cops going by at any given time. At night, when I've got the windows open, I hear armies of cop sirens in the distance, just car chases or whatever's going down. I don't even know. It could be ambulances too, but it's mostly cop sirens. There are just shit tons of cops out here. And for the most part, I haven't really had any interactions with them, or negative ones for that matter. You know, I've gone to the sheriff's office to get my concealed pistol license stuff and get myself fingerprinted for it and my background check and all that. But like, you know, I didn't talk to any cops there, just people at the front desk and some like pencil pusher types at the police station. But there were some cops in the lobby and they weren't like bothering me or harassing me. But I'm very aware of the fact that cops as an institution, and many of them individually, are quite massive pieces of shit. And just recently, a massive story went viral in regards to a Seattle cop who is being investigated for murder, pretty much, and gloating about it on body cam. I heard about this, but I didn't really see it at the time because I believe I was in Florida, and I didn't get a chance to cover it. But I've seen this video, and it is truly horrifying. But this was a Seattle cop here in my city.
But she is dead.
He ran her over.
That's not the only time the Seattle police officer talking laughs while discussing what happened here. 23-year-old Janavi Kandula, a Seattle graduate student, struck and killed by a Seattle police cruiser while she was in this city crosswalk on Dexter Avenue last January. A fellow officer was responding to an emergency call. This video just obtained from Como shows that officer en route. The officer on the body cam identified in a news release from the Seattle CPC, the Community Police Commission, as Detective Dan Arterer, laughs and says,
"Yeah, just write a check. Just, yeah, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value."
The CPC's co-chair Joel Merkel said he heard reports that he and a colleague's comments were mocking attorneys.
Joking about how much her life might be worth, even if he was mocking an attorney, is just really heartbreaking and shocking to hear.
On the body cam video released by SPD on YouTube and handed over to the Office of Police Accountability for Investigation, you'll also hear the detective say this.
He's going 50. That's not out of control. That's not reckless for a trained driver.
The officer is seemingly joking about accountability on the video.
Online, the department wrote the video is being released in the interest of transparency.
It's a real big setback, and it really speaks to some of the issues with culture and some of the elements at SPD.
And another video is auto-playing. Yes, it's a pretty big fucking problem. The police know that they are nigh invincible. That they have a lot of political willpower behind them protecting them as an institution, and that they can politicize their own accountability, and a cop who gets fired can be a cop with a successful media career in conservatism. Top-tier pig behavior, yes. A Seattle Police Accountability Office is investigating after an officer was recorded on his body camera joking over the death of a 23-year-old woman who was fatally struck by another officer who was responding to a call. Graduate student, I don't want to mispronounce her name, but it is a hard one to pronounce. Janavi Kadula was in a crosswalk the night of January 23rd when an officer struck her with his patrol SUV. Police said. The officer, Kevin Dave, I like how we're getting statements from the police here. I always love when it's about police misconduct and we're getting statements from the police. There's just always this, like, it's literally the image of we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. I just get that vibe every time. The officer, Kevin Dave, was driving 74 miles per hour moments before the collision, according to the Seattle Police Department's investigation report provided to the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Dave was responding to an emergency medical technician to a Priority 1 emergency call at the time, police said. Officer Daniel Ouderer responded to the scene to evaluate Dave and determined he did not show any signs of impairment, according to the investigation report. Oh, he was sober. How fantastic. In newly released body camera footage, Ouderer can be heard discussing the incident while on the phone in his cruiser. He's going 50 miles per hour. That's not out of control. That's not reckless for a trained driver, Ouderer said during the phone call, which, according to the video's timestamp, occurred on January 24th. The other person he is talking to cannot be heard during the call. After discussing whether she was in the crosswalk and how far she was thrown, Ouderer says, "But she is dead," and laughs several seconds later. Towards the end of the 2.5-minute video, Ouderer says, "Yeah, just write a check," followed by laughter. $11,000. She was 26 anyway, he said, mistaking Kandula's age. She had limited value, so he didn't even have her age right. And also is doing the incel thing with, like, I literally talked about this yesterday on stream, and I had people in chat arguing with me, where our misogynistic society is determined that, like, women lose value the further from, like, 18 they get, and men gain value as they get closer to, like, 35. Like, men gain value the older they get, women lose value the older they get, is, like, the misogynistic idea that many conservatives follow, and clearly this cop as well. It even justifies their killings. The Seattle Police Department on Monday released the footage, saying the video was identified by a department employee who was concerned about the nature of statements heard on that video, and brought it to the chief's office. Following a review of the video, the chief referred the matter to the police department's Independent Office of Police Accountability to determine, quote, any policy violation that might be implicated. The police department said in a statement on Monday. The department released the video in the interest of transparency due to the public concern, but said it cannot comment on its substance pending the completion of the Office of Police Accountability's investigation. SPD has been in touch. I will never not think of, like, the Raccoon City Police Department when I think of any police department acronym. I don't know why, but I always think of the Raccoon City Police Department. Probably because of all the hours I played Resident Evil 2, I think it was, remake, where you've got, like, Leon's police uniform on. Ardur is vice president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. Isn't it funny how we're totally fine with police officers unionizing and there's no political ill will against that? The police union that represents Seattle officers, according to the Seattle Community Police Commission, a citizen oversight board. ABC News did not immediately receive a response from the Seattle Police Officers Guild or Ardur to a request for comment on the video. The Seattle Community Police Commission's co-chairs called the phone call heartbreaking and shockingly insensitive. After Detective Ardur is heard confirming that the pedestrian died, he is laughing in response to the person on the other end of the call, the co-chairs, Rev. Harrier Walden, Rev. Patricia Hunter, and Joe Merkel said in a statement. He joked that her life was only worth $11,000 and had limited value. In what was believed to be a private conversation, Ardur showed unprofessional and inhumane conduct, the statement continued. Kandula was from India and was working to earn a master's degree in information systems from Northern University's Seattle campus when she died. Dave had his patrol SUV's emergency lights and siren on at the time of the collision, police said. According to the investigation report, a responding officer reported that Dave appeared to be visibly shaken at the scene. Lights were on, was chirping the siren when I was heading down. She was in the crosswalk. She saw me. She started running through the crosswalk, slammed on my brakes. Instead of staying back where she should before crossing, she just zips, Dave told the officer, according to the report. ABC News did not immediately receive a response from Dave to a message seeking comment on the case. The King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office is conducting a criminal review of the incident to make any changing decision. The Office of Police Accountability is also investigating. This is horrific, obviously, absolutely gut-churning. But I want to tell you guys a personal story that happened to me a few months ago here in Seattle. I swear to God this is not made up. I was walking down the street to go to the dispensary, and I made it to a crosswalk that I go through every single time I go to the dispensary. I hit the button for it to start the countdown. Like, it just kind of like, you wait for it to start a countdown for you to cross the street and to say you can walk, and for the, crosswalk to be safe to go. And this is the same road I'm constantly seeing dozens and dozens of cops every time I take it. And I go to cross the street. I take like 5 steps. Like, I am well within my right to cross the street. It is 100% within my right to cross the street. And I'm walking across. I'm about halfway across. And in the lane furthest from me, a cop car just barrels beyond the speed limit, no lights on, not doing anything like that they need to be speeding for, just comes to a screeching halt halfway over the crosswalk. I wasn't in the way of the car and I didn't have to get out of the way or stop or anything or slow down, but had I been in the way, had I been there, he would have hit me. Not bad enough that I would have died, but bad enough I probably would have needed to go to the hospital. I have seen cops here barreling through. They will cut you off. They will pass you and lane split and weave through lines in ways that are outright illegal in normal traffic law. No one else is allowed to do it, but they are. They are massively power tripping here in Seattle when it comes to their driving in particular. When I heard this story, I'm sad to say the first thing I thought was, of course, of fucking course, the goddamn Seattle cops with their insane driving. I nearly got hit. Obviously, nearly is stretching it, but you heard the story. I've had my own experience with cops driving recklessly here in Seattle. This is a downright horrifying story, and it speaks to the level of freedom cops feel they have to break the law and to commit heinous actions and get away with it. And that, oh, we'll just pay them off. Disgusting. I know that was a pretty sad segment, but what do you guys think? I think it ended up being pretty damn good. Good Seggy? Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys are liking it. If you're enjoying the stream so far, by the way, guys, consider dropping a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon. Hell, maybe even consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, supporting me through Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, maybe even buying merch. I've got Xander Hall merch that you guys can get down in the description of the stream. So, yeah, go check that out if you want. But you can support me for completely free and very easily just by hitting like, just by thumbs-upping the stream. It really does help me out a lot. Speaking of support, thank you so much, Wheel, for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Says, hi, Zan. Moi. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it, Wheel. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I am hella hungry, so I'm going to try to get this stream done. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, we are once again talking about the bearded menace of a violator of his own children's consent all the time, as he said, menace that is Matt Walsh. You see, Matt Walsh really went mega viral after he put out this big documentary movie called What is a Woman? And the idea behind this documentary was basically to go around the world asking people the question, what is a woman? And the idea was they would all give, like, very similar answers of, like, a woman is someone who has a vagina. So, you know, like, very basic, like, you know, elementary school classroom answers, right? Like, he even went to, like, African tribes and shit to ask them and whatnot. Now, here's the thing, though. We actually all knew this movie was coming because a bunch of trans people had come forward before the movie's release and before it was even announced, talking about how they'd been reached out to by a shady organization claiming to be a pro-trans documentarian agency that was trying to get an appearance in an interview from them to talk about being trans. But upon doing further research, they were able to find out that it was Matt Walsh's institution doing it, and they were having some woman's secretary reach out and trying to hide that this was Matt Walsh and that Matt Walsh had anything to do with it. So this got outed prior, and I covered this back in the day. And since then, many more of the trans people that were in that movie have come forward about how they were lied to get into that movie and how they were misedited and misrepresented by the movie. And, you know, I'm going to read an article by Rolling Stone about it right now, just a bit of it. But Matt Walsh is doing it once again, and I'm going to get into that in just a moment. 3 people in Matt Walsh's anti-trans film say they were tricked. 3 people who were interviewed in the anti-trans film What is a Woman say the filmmakers used deceptive recruiting tactics that contradicted the documentary's promise to be a fearless examination of the modern gender debate. The participants told NBC News that they felt they'd been tricked by producers who hid behind the facade of flattering and vague language. Dr. Marcy Bowers, a California surgeon whose patients include trans women, provided the outlet with what she referred to as a completely deceptive email from a producer. According to a copy provided to NBC News, the email poses the doc as a film about transgender people and the challenges they face in today's culture. The film, which was released in 2022 and is narrated by right-wing troll Matt Walsh, premiered on Daily Wire's website and received little attention at the time. Despite buying ads on major social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, in June, the doc went viral, and Twitter owner and billionaire Elon Musk promoted the video on his own account, resulting in 2 high-level departures from the social media company within 24 hours. Under Musk's supervision, Twitter had previously removed a policy against targeted misgendering or deadnaming of transgender people. Nia Okami, a trans woman who would not have agreed to appearing in the film if Walsh's team had been transparent about their perspective, Okami had felt the Daily Wire founder had used her to capture gotcha footage for the film. It was complete fraud, in my opinion, she said. He wanted to use me to make us look ridiculous, to make us look sensational. Dr. Michelle Forcier, a professor in pediatrics at Brown University, said that Walsh's staff had pitched what seemed to be a genuine interest in the science behind puberty blockers. I said, sure. Learning about puberty blockers is really important, and I'm always trying to be available to talk about the science and help people understand, she said. However, a few minutes into the interview, Walsh compared puberty blockers to chemical castration and said gender dysphoria was similar to believing in Santa Claus. Dr. Forcier cut the interview short, saying he was getting frustrated because I just wouldn't say some of the things he wanted me to say, he said. In February 2022, trans activist Eli Ehrlich exposed how the Daily Wire used deceptive tactics to attempt to recruit trans people, including her, into participating in What is a Woman. Walsh's production team used pseudonyms and had created a shield organization titled the Gender Unity Project to mask the project's association with the right-wing website. Ehrlich previously told Rolling Stone that anti-trans influencer Robbie Starbuck had recently tried to recruit her for another doc-style video titled It Takes a Village. A person named Morgan Kay reached out to me, Ehrlich said. I'm still dealing with backlash from exposing Matt Walsh, and so I'm pretty skeptical about documentaries, but that won't even tell me who the producer is. Emails provided to Rolling Stone by Ehrlich showed a request from a woman named Morgan Kelly, who, quote-unquote, we want to present the real story of the battles trans youth face and the activism surrounding it. We also touch on the drag issue and how schools are adapting to demands for more inclusion, Kelly wrote in an email. While Dr. Bowers said that she doesn't necessarily regret the interview with Walsh, she emphasized the lack of education increases misunderstanding of the trans community. Quote, he edited it in a way that wasn't fair, so it doesn't leave people with any sort of knowledge or education, she told NBC News. It just heightens their fears of trans people, to his and his viewers' loss. So this has been a pattern for Matt Walsh for a while. This is by no means anything new, right? Like, Matt Walsh has been doing this for quite some time, but he is back on it. And a few tweets have come out, talking about Matt Walsh's newest grifty troll that he's doing, and this is at schools. Let's take a look. Matt Walsh is speaking at my school, and they're advertising him as an LGBTQIA+ author. Presumably this is to attract queer students to the event that they can record and make fun of. Disgusting. That is the goal. It's to attract LGBT kids to the event that they can record for a video. Here is a post they've made. On the official school's website, UK-UAF, free event on October 17th. You won't want to miss it. Come here from LGBTQIA+ author and independent filmmaker Matt Walsh and ask him your questions. Link in bio. And here's the very shoddily put together banner they made. Come here from LGBTQIA+ author Matt Walsh for free. A reading of Johnny the Walrus, his children's book he made, his anti-trans children's book, with some random pride things and a QR code, which I'll let you guys scan and find out what that brings you to. So yeah, email the fuck out of this university, by the way. Email the fuck out of it. Here is another post that they've made. UK-UAF presents Matt Walsh, What is a Woman? So I guess they'll be doing a free event screening of it as well. That's like the second page of it. So Matt Walsh is literally a troll. There's a reason why all mainstream media refers to him as a troll, because he is literally a troll who has nothing but a history of just being an online shitposter, who has lucked out into political relevance because trans hatred has become so prominent in the culture war right now, because so many, particularly dudes, are so scared of the possibility of, like, a woman they have sex with being a trans woman. That's really what a lot of it boils down to for the most part. However, I think it's really good to go over Matt Walsh's history as well, because his history in trolling goes back pretty far. Let's look at some of Matt Walsh's trolling from back in the day. Here is a video of Matt Walsh and you can hear his voice, it's very distinct if you know his voice, hosting Nazi diaper fights. We've got this amazing still image here of the guy with the swastika tattoo on his back. This is Matt Walsh hosting and judging a grown man Nazi diaper fight. This is from back during Matt Walsh's radio days. His name's Tater. I don't care about copyright. Behold the master race.
Tater, you got a chance to go see Kicks.
Yeah.
If you can beat the intern, what's the comfort level of the diaper?
A 10 and a half. This is nice, isn't it? Hey, it's pretty comfy.
So you guys are actually enjoying this intern.
This is what Matt Walsh was doing.
Now look at those pale legs.
That's Matt
Some
Walsh
pale
on the
legs
right in the yellow shirt.
I don't do
Let me tell you something, man. You are built like a rock, though.
I don't do shorts.
Yeah, you are built like. Oh my God! All right, let's get out here. Let's do some wrestling.
All right, let's do some wrestling.
I don't know why I had to get an extreme close up of his nipple.
Let's get you guys over here. Now we have.
That's Matt Walsh in the yellow shirt.
And we have Tater. They're gonna be wrestling out here in the cold, in the mud, in diapers. And what's on the line now? If Tater wins by pin or submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton, along with 9 other great bands. If Intern A wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth, man, he will get the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace in the face.
This is not happening with the mace.
He just used to be a radio shock jock, basically. He's always just been kind of a sad, pathetic troll who can only get the type of content he's trying to get for his political narrative nowadays out of lying to people.
It's something that motivates him. So just beat him, and we'll figure out the mace thing. But just first thing is to beat him. So now, do they have to start in a wrestling position or what? How does this work?
I think they just go like 2 gladiators in the arena, man to man, bear to baby Huey.
I'm making you watch this.
No, because that'll require ripping at the diaper, and I don't want to see the diaper come off.
No, you push. Just push.
Okay, no, I think it's got to be pin or submission.
Every human on Earth needs to know this is what Matt Walsh used to do, and this is where the Sweet Baby Gang thing comes from. For those of you guys that don't know, Matt Walsh sells children plushies. He sells these children's plushies.
Hundreds of submissions. 5 finalists. 3. This is the Daily Wire Anthem. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the search for the Sweet Baby Gang Anthem. I am your host, Michael Knowles. I am joined by my fellow Daily Wire hosts, Ben Shapiro.
Basically a cavalcade of demons, yeah. So this is basically where the diaper thing comes from for Matt Walsh, essentially.
Submission. Diaper wrestling. Man
Here we go, round 1.
On my word, begin. Ready? Swipe! Okay. They're right now sizing each other up. Intern A is running. Don't run away from them. Come on, engage them. All right, they're not right now grappling.
He's so sweaty.
Come on, he's sweaty.
He's sweaty. Oh.
Go for his knees. Right now they're basically hugging each other. Someone's got to bring down the. Okay. Tater's down on the ground. Intern's sleeping on top of him. Tater is he's choking him. He's going for the submission. Tater, Intern A is on top of Tater, choking him, going for the submission. This is intense.
Tater looks like.
He's got it. He's got Tater's back. Tater loses. Tater got his back.
Tater's going for the pin.
He's going for the pin. Hold on.
Oh shit.
We need the ref to call it.
Tater with the reverse. I actually want to puke watching this. That's fantastic.
Oh my God, that was an athletic move. Tater, his ass was hanging out of his diaper, but he didn't care. He went in for the win. Tater, real quick, how do you feel after that win? Tired. Now, are you gonna have a...
Well, that's where the Matt Walsh diaper thing comes from, for those that didn't know. But yeah, there's a reason why mainstream media refers to Matt Walsh as a troll. He isn't someone that should be taken seriously, but sadly, due to the amount of influence he's lucked himself into, he is taken quite seriously. We've gotten to the point where internet trolls are quite significant voices within our politics nowadays, and that's just something that the left needs to know how to deal with. Internet trolls actually have a strong political pull now. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Let me bring up the next segment. If you're enjoying the stream so far, please consider dropping a like on the stream. It really does help out a lot. If you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can also consider dropping a donation, a sub, or a gifted sub on my website, or supporting me through some other means. I really do appreciate it. Regardless of how you support me, just being here really helps, but every single like really does go a long way. Thank you to everybody who's come out. You really are amazing. Okay. All right, I've got 2 segments left, but I'm going to try to find another one because I'm trying to do 6 segments today. I did 6 segments yesterday, and I want to do 6 more tomorrow because I want to get back on 3 uploads per day. We are now just barely at 90K. We might be at 90K now. Let me check. We are 11 subs away from 90,000 subscribers, dude. Holy crap, that's awesome. Apparently Shark's gonna ambush Matt Walsh. That's great. I can't wait to see that. I am 11 subs away from 90,000 subs. And from there, it's just the final stretch of 10K to the silver play button and 100,000. And YouTube verification. If you're watching right now and you haven't already subbed, please consider hitting the sub button. We are real close to 90K. Oh, I gained some. We are now 7 subs away from 90K. Can we hit it in this stream? We are 7 subs away from 90K. That is crazy. 90,000 subscribers. 7 away. Obviously, I'll gain that tonight, but that's awesome. Thank you so much to everybody who's subscribing on YouTube. Make sure to do that if you haven't already, and ring the bell icon too. We gain another one. I'll check it periodically for sure. I'll definitely check it periodically. Thank you, guys. All right, everybody. You know what? Let's switch up the music a little bit. Slamma just put out a new, or actually put out 2 new Hytale lo-fi tracks. So, we're going to listen to something new. This is another piece of the Hytale soundtrack that's been remixed into lo-fi by Slamma and Evie. It's a collab. And here's the link, of course. I'll make sure Cherry includes the link to this in the VODs. Here you go. Here's a link to the music. I'll have this looping in the background. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, lately there's been this massive trend of conservative chud grift content creators having absolute massive meltdowns over pronouns in games and games going woke, but they've kind of gotten a little too overzealous with it. Instead of attacking games and pieces of media that were already disliked for external reasons and claiming those reasons are because of the wokeness, instead, they're going after popular media that's bound to succeed, like the Mario movie or Starfield or like Marvel movies and what have you. It's been a very hard struggle for these grifters to not look like idiots when they say go woke, go broke over this stuff. And recently, we've had another amazing instance of this. I'd say, obviously, the most beautiful example is Heels vs. Babyface and his recent meltdown over pronouns in Starfield. If you guys haven't seen this already, here is one of the more prominent right-wing grifters melting down over the option to choose your pronouns in the game Starfield.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something.
Oh, did I hit 90,000 subs? Oh, what a cool little landmark to hit in the video. Did I hit 90,000 subs? I did! 90,004. Let's go. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. 10K away from 100,000. Let's go. Here, let's watch this. Thank you, guys.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG.
My PC.
Lose myself.
RPG.
Think, oh my God, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit. All the immersive things that I can get involved with. All the fights. All the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry,
fucking
did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
I like his Geeks and Gamers shirt.
We...
Like, that for some reason they wear each other's merch. It's really weird.
Can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day. Fuck off. You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle!
And on that day, a new soy jack was born.
That's all you fucking are! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything! Every single solitary fucking thing!
He just keeps going. And then he immediately goes back to playing the game. Just immediately goes back to playing the game. I love it. What a great ending to the video. So, something that made these people's genre of content successful when it was doing well was the fact that there was a perceptual difference in the amount of care given by one side or the other. Something you need to understand about Zoomer normies that are into gaming is they don't give a fuck about politics. They don't. Or at least they don't think they give a fuck about politics. If you present politics to them in a way that looks like you care, it turns them off. If you present politics to them as the chaser to entertainment, they start absorbing the political opinions without even realizing it. It doesn't feel like it's being forced on them. All the better if it's coming from an independent content creator that doesn't really look like they're putting a lot of money into their content, because it comes off like they're not trying to spend a bunch of money to make them believe something. So despite this content being extremely disingenuous, it seems extremely genuine to the people who watch it because how grassroots it feels, how, you know, just made by a normal YouTuber it feels. Just a guy with his camera. But on top of that, another factor that played a big part was that most lefty advocacy within the gaming sphere was very embarrassing for a long time, especially during Gamergate and a lot so during the woke scold era that led in large part to the fall of LeftTube and the rise of the Red Pill era. There were just a lot of lefties online making the left look bad in the gaming community. Probably the most recent example of this was the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Granted, that game had no cultural staying power. Fucking no one's playing that now. No one's talking about it. But at the time, it was a big deal. And the left took a lot of really bad hits in that discourse, because to this day, right-wingers reference the death threats trans people sent streamers for playing the game. And that was a lot of people's perception of the left back then. But nowadays, with the fall of the red pill and the right-wing politics kind of falling off in the algorithm nowadays, it's kind of on its way out, in the cycle at least, we're seeing a lot more instances of these conservative propagandists having meltdowns go viral like what you just saw. Another example has just happened with a video that is getting absolutely ratioed to hell. It has 19,000 views in 2 days with 187 likes, dislikes hidden. The comments just tearing this person up. This is the thumbnail. Go ahead and soak this up. This video's gone viral on Twitter and is getting massively dunked on. And it's quite funny. The video is titled, "Mario Has Gone Woke. New voice actor Kevin Afghani has pronouns in bio." So, that is the reason of this video. The new voice actor of Mario has pronouns in his bio. And so Mario's gone woke. You could tell why this video has been massively downvoted. Let's give it a watch.
It's not 100% confirmed yet, but it would appear that the new voice actor for Mario is none other than Kevin Afghani. And I don't really know what this dude has done.
I like how this guy's one of those channels that like has a gif of like anime fire going in the background and just shows like a blurred image and random pictures in the foreground while they rant. There's a lot of these channels that are just like super low effort like commentary channels out there. I don't mind them if they actually have something of value to say, but you know, this one's very clearly just trying to farm clicks.
And I'm not familiar with his other works, and I've never even heard of him before until just a few minutes ago. But apparently he's done some work in the world of voice acting and has landed the role of Mario in Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Now, I wouldn't really care normally, it's just that, well, let's take a look at his profile picture. What do you see here? Any red flags? I see.
Jesus, that was fast. I don't think I have to say what the point of this GIF is. Just go ahead and take a good long look at this GIF. Know the politics of the person who we're watching. And you put 2 and 2 together yourselves. Right off the bat, 36 seconds in.
An enormous red flag. He's a pronoun person, okay? Pronouns he, him. Now, I hear you ask, why is that a big deal? Aren't he, him pronouns normal? Don't.
A pronoun person?
Isn't that like the pronouns everyone has? It's not like he's using kitten self pronouns or some other ridiculous stuff.
Everyone has he, him pronouns?
That doesn't matter. The bigger problem is that he seems to think that it's necessary to broadcast those pronouns. And the only reason I would guess that he feels that way is because of the larger cultural push from those on the left to rupture our identities and confuse everyone by teaching the younger generations that they can just choose to be whatever gender or any other thing that they want to be.
Yeah, so the funny thing as well is that on the internet, when you don't have like a profile picture that clearly denotes like your sex or gender or what you want to be referred as, Isn't it reasonable to put your, like, he, him in your bio so you know, like, person who has, like, like, a profile picture that's just a tree and like, a vague, like, name that doesn't really indicate gender? Like, wouldn't it be useful? So there's that. Like, it actually has genuine value. And on top of that, you're literally delusional. Like, these people rely so much on claiming that it is the left demanding you do this, you do that, or you live this way, and yet this guy's having a meltdown over this guy choosing to put pronouns in his bio. There's a very clear difference here, and there's a reason why this video is getting dunked on and has a massive dislike ratio.
I have to choose my words very carefully here because this is YouTube, but the mere acknowledgement of the importance, and I say that in quotes, of so-called pronouns in our culture today is complicity in the degradation of this culture. I posted a reply to Afghan.
So he's JQing here if it's not obvious. A lot of Nazis believe that essentially the existence of transness is a way for the left to degrade our culture and make it weak for non-white people to take over.
Tweet, and I immediately was swarmed by a bunch of... In any case, one of the things they kept...
Oh, yeah. So when these people get massively dunked on, because it's been a massive trend lately for these people to have meltdowns over, like, Miles Morales or Starfield or this, and to get dunked on Twitter and ratioed. And so they make videos coping about getting ratioed. Like, actually, by thousands of people shit-talking me on Twitter and me losing tons of subscribers and getting massively disliked, I won. Even though now I'm known as the guy who had a meltdown over the voice actor in Mario using pronouns in their bio, or pronouns in Starfield, or whatever it may be. Like, none of these people's reputations ever recover from this stuff.
Kept replying to me with was, well, you have pronouns too. Shut up. Like, seriously, shut up.
Left wing destroyed, dude. You got us.
It's not the same thing, okay? My quote-unquote pronouns are what they would have been 100 years ago, okay? My pronouns today are what they would have been
You wouldn't have been born 100 years ago.
1,000 years ago. They aren't some new age made-up BS to make me feel good. My quote-unquote pronouns are simply a description of my gender, and gender is simply another way of saying sex. Someone responded,
gender is simply another way of saying sex. Yes. Don't Google that though. Don't Google that. Just, you know, that sounds right to you, right? You know, just assume that it's true because, you know, that's what you've always assumed, right? Don't Google it. Don't look into it. Don't do any research or anything like that. Just, you know, gender and sex are totally the same thing. The entirety of science and academia and medical science don't claim at all that sex and gender are different. Don't look into that. Please, don't Google it. Don't Google it. Stop Googling it. Stop. No. Don't Google it. That's basically this guy right now.
By saying a pronoun person is just a human being. Buddy, I'm not arguing against their existence as people. Of course they're human beings. You're just muddying the water here. What I'm against is using this commie newspeak to further alienate the younger generations from their own identities. That and so much more is what's going on. One of these weirdos even told me to take the easy way out, so to speak. Listen, I wish luck to Kevin Afghani. I have nothing against him as a person, so I wish luck to Kevin Afghani. I hope all goes well for him.
That's how I lost my Twitter account, was telling a conservative pedophile to
I hope it's just a dumb phase that he's going through and that he doesn't use his newfound influence to push for destructive ideologies.
Can we read some of the comments on this video? Hearing such a young-sounding voice use the word commie unironically was such a flashbang, Lamau. Quote, I'm not familiar with his other works and I've never heard of him. Doesn't seem very fair to judge him for simply having pronouns in his bio. If this isn't satire, I'm actually gonna cry. Honestly, if I ever had the thought of making a video like this, I'd unironically kill myself. IDK how you went through the entire process of making this without a hint of shame or suicidality. Wow, this is an excellent piece of satire. It's my new favorite show. In all seriousness, imagine being this fragile and pathetic of a human being to believe him is going to be the downfall of Mario. Imagine being upset that Mario goes by him. Meanwhile, everyone with an IQ above room temperature is welcoming Kevin Afghani with open arms. Yeah, I highly doubt Mario is going woke anytime soon, and I don't care. I'm giving Kevin a bunch of respect. Bro is on to nothing. Fire! This is true. I'm a playtester, and when I booted up Mario Wonder, immediately turned the camera, and I was like, I like woke LGBTQ transgenders. I love Fidel Castro and hate traditional family values. I think I will vote for Sleepy Joe so that America can become Ameri-woke. Very scary stuff. Every now and then I'm reminded people like this actually exist, and it just isn't a funny bit, and this is one of those times. A lot of this is literally normies that don't even know people this crazy exist. And the fact that the right is showing their ass this readily is... It's going to have some pretty good outcomes for us. Let's just say that. Let's just put it that way. What do you guys think of that segment? I think it came out pretty damn good. Oh yeah. I'm glad to see you guys are enjoying. Does anybody have any content suggestions? Like any video response suggestions that are relatively short? Because I've got one segment left that I have planned for my last one, but I'd like to get 6 done today, so I need a 5th. Breaking Bad 2 trailer. I might have something. Hey, Hashed. Actually, I might be able to find something good. Give me a sec. This is a good one. All right. Before I do my next segment, I already did the Sniper Wolf drama. That was yesterday, guys. I did 6 segments yesterday. Popped off. Anyway, with all that said, Yeldo, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That helps a lot. Sent me a :3. Thank you. Thank you for the :3. Reaganator, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that as well. Says probably gonna get on estrogen soon, so I'm very happy. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully that goes well, Reaganator. May you get all estrogened up. Let me update the dono goal really fast. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, we are coming off the tail of Roe v. Wade getting overturned. You are no longer federally protected with your rights to get an abortion. And this is pretty bad. Losing rights is never good. The thing is, that's not going to be the end of it. I hope you guys know that, right? That's not going to be the end of it. This is only the start. Obviously, things like gay marriage are also on the chopping block, but one of the biggest issues that is going to be on the ballot, pretty much, is contraception. Your ability to access contraception, your right to access contraception, is very much on the line in this next coming election. The Republicans have telegraphed their plan to eliminate those rights next because they see the existence of contraception as an enabler of sexual degeneracy. Now, if you want to join a group that is actively helping to fight to preserve your rights for contraceptive, access, particularly in states where the Republicans are waging war against it strongest. I'm going to put a link in chat right now from Zanbot to Progressive Victory. That link will lead you to a place where you can volunteer. And you will be able to phone bank, you'll be able to canvass. There is all sorts of work they're going to have for you to do if you go and volunteer for Progressive Victory. They are actively fighting and working with the Democratic Party to keep your contraceptive rights intact, even with a conservative majority Supreme Court. Seriously, you need to check them out. Tons of progressive YouTubers are working with them right now, including me for a while now. They're a really good group. They are doing great shit, so if you want to actually do something, and you want to do something even from the safety and the shelter of your own home, they've got work for you. So go check out Progressive Victory. Seriously, they're doing great work. That said, I've got an article here from the New Yorker that I think will help elucidate why what Progressive Victory is doing is so damn important. And it is from the New Yorker, and it is called "The Next Targets for the Group That Overturned Roe v. Wade." Alliance Defending Freedom has won 15 Supreme Court cases. Now it wants religious exemptions to anti-discrimination laws, and it is going after trans rights. That's right, guys. The Alliance Defending Freedom. They're back. If you go back on my channel to a while ago, literally years ago, I've been talking about this group. Let's see what my earliest video covering them was. Nearly 3 years ago. Look at this. This is from 2 years ago when I lived in California. Hate group Alliance Defending Freedom supports pro-lifers harassing women at Planned Parenthood. And then 2 years ago as well, YouTube, stop showing me ads for this actual hate group, Alliance Defending Freedom. They're a massive money group of lawyers that basically specialize in suing progressive institutions and pushing with very well-paid, really, really good lawyers and big teams of these really good lawyers for anti-LGBT and anti- just anything as far as minority rights go, legislation. They've got a lot of power and a lot of money. They're just a giant think tank of lawyers. On March 15th, 2023, 2 conservative Christian lawyers asked a federal judge in Amarillo, Texas, for a ruling that they privately considered an almost impossible long shot. They demanded a nationwide ban on minestrone, a pill used in half the abortions in America. The drug had been approved by the Food and Drug Administration for more than 20 years under both Republican and Democratic administrations. During the pandemic, the agency began allowing prescriptions to be filled by mail to accommodate social distancing. But the lawyers from a group called Alliance Defending Freedom were on a winning streak. Founded 3 decades ago as a legal defense fund for conservative Christian causes, ADF has become the movement's most influential arm. In the past dozen years, its lawyers had won 14 Supreme Court victories, including overturning Roe v. Wade, allowing employer-sponsored health insurance to exclude birth control, rolling back limits on government support for religious organizations, protecting the anonymity of donors to advocacy groups, blocking pandemic-related public health rules, and establishing the right of a baker to refuse to make a cake for same-sex weddings. That's right, guys. Pretty much every big conservative court case, that was them. That was fucking them, and I covered these guys years ago. And every big case that has happened over the years has been them in the background, barely their names reaching the surface. It has been them. These are the guys with all the money and all the legal power pushing this shit through. The Alliance Defending Freedom. They've got one of those real virtue signaling names too, of course. Capitalizing on its success, ADF had tripled its revenue over that period to more than $100 million a year. It now had 70 or so in-house lawyers, including the former Solicitors General of Michigan and Nebraska and the former United States Attorney of Missouri. The lawyers sent to Amarillo were Eric Baptiste, a former top lawyer for the Environmental Protection Agency under President Donald Trump. Yeah, he was the climate change denier that Donald Trump appointed as the head of the EPA. And Erwin Hawley, a Yale Law graduate who had clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts, advised the Attorney General under President George W. Bush, and worked on the team that overturned Roe. By the way, when it comes to like Yale and whatnot, those really high-tier universities, most of the admittance is nepotism. So like guy having graduated Yale, like it's not harder to graduate from Yale than it is any other university. It's just harder to get in. And if you have nepotism on your side, then it's easier to get in. So that's just how it is. Thanks to the rightward shift of the courts under Trump, ADF lawyers now often find a sympathetic audience on the federal bench. Filing the Mephisterone case in Amarillo enabled ADF to argue before Judge Matthew Kuxemark, a Trump appointee, of course, who had previously worked as the Deputy General Counsel of First Liberty Institute, a conservative Christian advocacy organization that had received grants from ADF the summer before. Kuxemark's chamber had chosen an intern from ADF program for law students. An alum program is clerking for him this fall. Other alumni clerked last term for Justice Samuel Alito and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Many of the 60-odd members of the ADF's fundraising department gathered during the hearing to pray for a win, and in a video conference the next day, Lance Boslaw, ADF's senior vice president in development, told the staff that Aaron Hawley was super grateful. Even though the Amarillo judge was, quote, very friendly, Boslaw said upending a decades-old FDA approval was a tough thing to do. He said to the judge, maybe he gives us half of what we are seeking, say restoring limits on mail-order delivery. That alone would be huge. A left-leaning investigative organization called Documented provided me with leaked recordings of the video conference and other events, along with hundreds of pages of internal documents. That's a quote from the writer. Sorry, this is a very complicated story, and so it's hard to read aloud. The hearing itself, Boslaw noted, offered fundraising opportunities. Donations had been flat lately. Boslaw blamed the economy, but surely the reversal of Roe v. Wade had sapped some donors' motivation. The Mephisterone case had plunged ADF back into a galvanizing battle. One of Boslaw's lieutenants offered a potential fundraising pitch. If I told you 5 years ago that you could have invested in Roe v. Wade being overturned, how much would you have invested in that? If I tell you now that you're going to protect life even more, how much more do you want to invest in that? Boslaw framed the case yet more broadly beyond abortion or even Christianity, calling it a massive pushback on the FDA and the Biden administration from a regulatory standpoint. He noted that there was a ton of corruption in the bureaucratic state. In fact, he explained ADF was quietly revising its mission altogether to reflect both the changing times and the group's growing ambitions. Until now, ADF had cast itself as primarily defensive. In the words of one of its founders, its purpose was to keep the door open for the gospel, to prevent the American Civil Liberties Union and the courts from interfering with Christian ministry, to stop them from removing abortion from the jurisdiction of legislatures, and to keep religion in public life. But ADF leaders often said that the Bible wasn't just for the faithful, it was for universal guide to human flourishing. That means everybody has to follow it, whether they believe it or not. Accordingly, Boslaw told the fundraisers ADF was taking on less explicitly religious concerns, perhaps including corruption in the bureaucratic state. As though to reassure the staff that ADF wasn't abandoning its roots, Boslaw kept inserting biblical references into his explanation. Why do we exist as an organization? He asked. ADF exists to advance our God-given rights to live and speak the truth. He paused to let that sink in before adding the truth, the gospel. Of course, these guys are all performers, so they pause for the claps because they're not actually saying anything of value. They're just trying to please a crowd. The Alliance Defending Freedom is an organization of demons, and it needs to be stopped. Here is a recent video they put out a year ago that has not a lot of views, surprisingly, because this group mostly operates from within the shadows. The people who need to know who they are know who they are. This group does not want public, they don't want broad public attention.
All I just wanted to do was just share the gospel, share the good news with other people, and they came and stopped me.
I've been put in a position where I either stop doing what I love or communicate messages that violate my beliefs.
We really felt that there was disparagement in how we were being treated.
So these are all different people who are suing institutions because they want special treatment for being conservative Christians.
But then also what we felt was inappropriate and tremendous overreach on the part of the government.
I was interrogated by police many times, and those hearings, they lasted about 13 hours.
It's different when I know that it's not fair. Even before I get to the track, I already know that I'm not gonna get first place
Transports.
or maybe even second place.
News media portrayed us in such a negative light. But I think we have a great program, and for the government to dismiss us, it is punishment. Not fair to us, not fair to the kids, not fair to this community.
I like the Smash Bros mask.
Every generation has a battle to fight.
Genuinely embarrassing.
Our ancestors willingly endured, persevered, and
this is beyond disrespectful, by the way.
Overcame extreme trials to leave us an inheritance of freedom. Today,
we're just
we're
like D-Day
facing an
vets.
unprecedented challenge. We're safer and richer than ever before. But we're living in a culture that has rejected the very foundations upon which our liberty was built. Freedom cannot survive in a culture that has abandoned truth and rejected reality. This is the battle of our generation. Wherever human freedom is under attack, we stand
I like the
ready
flag
to
at
defend it.
half-mast there.
Both at home and around the world, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, you'll find us on the front lines. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
The Arizona Supreme Court ruling in favor of a pair of Christian artists.
A Finland court dismissed all charges of hate speech.
The Supreme Court sides with a former student of Georgia Gwinnett College.
Nevada Church is scoring a major victory in court.
Louisville wedding photographer has won her federal lawsuit.
We must protect Title IX and women's sports for the next generation.
Parents don't lose their constitutional rights when they enroll their children in public schools.
The principle established in this case will go along.
By the way, this group has been massively advertising on YouTube for years now unabated. They have been spending millions of dollars on YouTube ads. You've probably seen their ads on YouTube before. Usually they're animations, like Prageru videos.
Way for both free speech and religious freedom.
One powerful Christian legal organization has been planning a strategy to overturn Roe v. Wade. Their plan worked.
ADF is one team, a part of a broader alliance. We are Christ-centered. We are committed to selfless service and stewardship of our resources. We are committed to excellence. We are committed to victory.
They are committed to victory. Are you as committed to victory as them? Are you as committed to victory as them? If you are, click that link. Check out Progressive Victory. Volunteer and join an organization fighting against these goddamn ghouls. These demons that want to take your rights away with a smile on their face and say they're serving an almighty creator as they do it. Because guess what? You know they're after contraceptives next. They will effortlessly take away your rights to buy contraceptives, to possess them and to use them. Gay marriage is next in the chopping block, and you better believe they are not stopping anytime soon. They are on a streak of winning cases. They ensure that they get Trump-appointed judges, and they win almost every case. This group has to be stopped. Join Progressive Victory. Do something to fight against this, please. It's for your own good, as Americans. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I think that was one of my best segments. Hey, Cherry. Did you see the segment I just did? I feel like it was pretty good. Thank you, Cherry. So that was 5. That was segment number 5, and I've got one more on the docket for today to get us up to the scheduled 6 segments that I have planned for today. And I think you guys are going to be both surprised and very happy with what I had planned for the last one. But I am going to order a pizza first, because it's getting late, and I'm worried if I wait too long, it'll be too late to order pizza. Or anything. And I'm hungry. And as always, I give the maximum allowed tip for a variety of reasons, both because I want to be nice and also because you don't want to give your driver a bad tip. You know, just... I follow the DoorDash subreddit. You don't want to give your driver a bad tip. Anyway, that's going to come up to $35.60. $35.60. If anybody wants to donate that much to pay it off, you know, you don't have to, but, you know, it'd be pretty based if you did. I'm just saying, you know, it'd be pretty based. A bad tip? Well, yeah, like a bad tip would be like, not, like if you gave $1 for like a 20-minute drive to your DoorDash driver, you gave a bad tip. Yeah, donate so Cherry can buy a 57th Lambo. Alright. I need to make sure I keep an eye on this tracker, or my pizza's gonna be sitting on the porch getting cold. I should set like a... How about this? When's it say my pizza should get here? I'm gonna set a timer for 25 minutes. Timer. There we go. I now have a timer going for 25 minutes. So that'll be going. Cool. All right. My neighborhood is almost covered in Lambos. All you, I need help. All you need to help. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. It's only 8 p.m. Action. I've been talking lately about how right now I feel like the red pill conservative chud content is on its way out. I think it's kind of falling off, and I've been predicting this for a while now, just like I predicted its rise. And I feel now is a better time than any to take a little bit of a look back in time. A look back to a time in internet politics that many of you, roughly 6 or 7 years ago now, were not active for. Hypers in chat if you weren't into politics during September of 2017. Because each passing year I realize how many of these like classic videos and instances, none of you guys even know about them with each passing year, because a lot of you guys are younger and weren't even into politics back then. There's a fair amount of hypers in chat. Well, this video is going to be some pretty important watching. We're going to be watching a video today from Destiny. Back when Destiny was one of the best lefty debaters in all of YouTube. When he debated another YouTuber by the name of No Bullshit. For those that don't remember, No Bullshit was one of the largest conservative anti-SJW YouTubers on YouTube back in the day. He rebranded to No BS. And now if you look him up, it's actually pretty hard to find his channel, because most of the things that come up are dunk videos on him, but he hasn't uploaded in nearly 2 years now, after his videos just totally fell off. But he had, you know, nearly 800,000 subs at his peak, but has lost many. But he was a very, very big YouTuber at one time, but he just totally fell off, in large part because of the debate that we're about to witness. This debate humiliated No Bullshit so thoroughly. Not only did it take down No Bullshit, but it took down a large part of the sphere that No Bullshit inhabited. This should be required watching for any online internet debate bro watching lefty, because this video is really top tier. This is some of the best debate entertainment there is. Put aside your opinion on Destiny if you don't like him. Just enjoy this video for what it is. And for those of you guys who don't like Destiny and have never seen what he was like during the time where lefties liked him, you may find yourself pleasantly surprised, and you might find yourself saying, oh, he was like a completely different person. Let's watch.
Stop talking to him? Yeah, I know, I just like to watch him wiggle around. Plus, if he actually comes on, it would be good fucking memes, dude. Listening to this guy try to have a discussion on ethics would be one of the highlights of my life the past 2 years. Well, you see, it's just wrong. I like how he always will say, like, I don't have time to talk, but, like, I woke up today and there's, like, 500 fucking mentions on my Twitter because he's been fighting on Twitter, like, all day long. Holy shit. I'm in the...
You have to understand, this was literally 1 year after Trump's inauguration. Like, 9 months after Trump's inauguration. So, this was during the peak of Trump mania online. Everybody was a Trump supporter online, it seemed like.
Oh, this is too many memes. Well, it's my favorite dude. You actually showed up this time. What's up, buddy?
Okay, cool. Are we on the show?
Yeah, we're here, dude. Just a quick discussion, man.
All right. Good to hear from you, man. It's been a while. You have...
Reminder, I've sped this video up. It is not doing justice to how slowly No Bullshit talks.
Me blocked.
Yeah, for a little bit. I usually do that to people who just waste time on Twitter. Yo, I'm curious. Hold on. I'm genuinely curious. As somebody that is large and out of shape, why would you make fun of women for not being able to survive in a hypothetical wilderness situation when you would be dead on...
This is really quiet. I'm gonna boost the volume just a wee bit.
Like the first day. How do you do that without like a sense of irony?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So in your video, you made fun of the fact that if any woman was placed in a wilderness survival like scenario, they would all die because they're catty and dumb or whatever. But you yourself have said that you are dramatically overweight and you would probably die very quickly as well. Don't you think it's kind of strange for you to make fun of women who like to do that kind of stereotypical, like all women would die in the wilderness when you...
I haven't watched this in so long, and I just had all the memories stream back into my head of the interaction that's about to occur. Get ready for the funniest back and forth of all time. But before we see that, I need to show you a picture. I used to show this when we'd react to No Bullshit videos when he was still uploading. Here's a picture of No Bullshit in real life. No Bullshit YouTuber in real life. God, he's become so irrelevant, it's hard to even find images on Google. Okay, I'm trying to find the picture of him asleep in a chair at VidCon, snoring. But here's a picture of him making a funny face. And if you look at his more recent videos, he's gained a bit more weight than in that image. He is the definition of a neckbeard.
You yourself would be dead on like the first day?
Well, that's a long statement and none of it's true, so I don't know
Wait,
how
which
to
part of
address
that
it.
statement was not true?
Well, we have to break it down. You talked for a long time. There's that first part.
That was the quartering moment.
I said all women would go down or something. I don't know.
Do you want me to link you a clip from your own video of what you said exactly and we can listen to it together?
Yeah, we can. I mean, I remember most of what I said. It wasn't what you said.
Okay. Here, hold on. I'm going to shoot you a link on Discord and we can listen to it together at the same time, all right?
Okay. I thought you were gonna defend incest. You said
yeah, no, we'll do that next. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that, okay?
Because I want to see how 2,500 people think about you defending incest. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
I wonder what blue microphones would think of that. Too.
I don't know.
That's
You can
very
email them and ask them, dude. Hey, but here, let's listen to this real quick. I'm curious, okay? Let me know when you've got it open, okay?
Okay, I got my video.
Okay, we'll start. It should start at 4:26. We'll start at 3, 2, 1, 0.
These people.
So something that this is something to take notes off of as a content creator or an aspiring content creator. Something Destiny does pretty well and definitely does very well here is just like, okay, I'm going to debate somebody. Let me watch a ton of their shit and take exact clips and quotes, word for word, and timestamps of those quotes with links in preparation for the conversation. So I can literally like dunk on exact quotes they've said and force them to defend them. Very effective strategy.
Believe the plot of the book wouldn't happen because women are superior to men, and they would never break down and end up fighting and killing each other. And if anyone else is thinking that, I'm really going to have to shoot you down right there. Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
As a Vosh fan, I don't know what debate prep is. Vosh could definitely do more debate prep. He says he does debate prep, but he's definitely doing less debate prep than he lets on. I think he's done more lately. It's very obvious he has, because people have noticed that he doesn't do as much debate prep. But I fell into that trap too. You cannot rely on the knowledge base you already have. Every legit debate with someone who's made a career of doing this nowadays is going to require some level of specific preparation. And sometimes the specific preparation you do won't be correct. You have to make sure that you keep the debate parameters on what you've prepared for. Because if you get off of what you've prepared for, then you might not do well.
You want me to press play too? I got you.
Oh, yeah, at the same time. Okay, go back to the beginning. Okay, at 426.
I'm at 427.
Okay.
Glash.
Start in 3, 2, 1, go.
These people believe the plot of the book wouldn't happen because women are superior to men, and they would never break down and end up fighting and killing each other. And if anyone else is thinking that, I'm really going to have to shoot you down right there. Because the reason I think the plot of the book wouldn't happen with all women is because girls wouldn't make it a week on the island by themselves. And they certainly wouldn't band together and build a cohesive government and mini society. No fucking way. The girls would start tearing each other apart on the first damn day. We all know how catty women can be, especially with each other. They're like wild animals. Imagine them actually out in the wild. With guys, there's more camaraderie and brotherhood. If they were stranded, at least the guys would build their camp and supplies first, before they break down and start attacking each other. Girls wouldn't even get to building anything. I mean, women have never built anything significant in the real world. They've never built their own cities or societies as it is. It's always been men doing that. So why would they do it on a deserted island?
This shit was overwhelmingly popular rhetoric online in 2017 and 2016. You need to understand how ubiquitous, like, face mask off misogyny was in those days. And they would, and if you called them misogynistic, they'd say, it's not misogynistic to state facts.
No hate, but I think the idea that women would be all peaceful and productive is fucking bullshit. Here's a newsflash, guys. Women are terrible in survival situations. That's just a fact. I've seen the show Naked and Afraid.
I mean, if I sat here for 2 more hours and then went fishing, would you have a problem?
Yeah, okay, so we can stop.
What an amazing source. I've seen Naked and Afraid. I've seen a reality TV show.
So I'm just curious, you as somebody that admits that you are grossly overweight, you would probably be dead pretty quickly in one of these survival scenarios too. Don't you think it's kind of strange that you would sit here and generalize all women as being unable to survive? Or can you tell me what part of that statement you think is untrue? We can watch this video again if you forgot what you said.
Well, the part you just said, I admitted I'm grossly overweight. I've never said that.
Oh, I thought we did that in a discussion once. You said that you defied societal standards by being overweight. Are you saying you didn't say that? Do you want me to find the clip of that as well? You can listen to your statement there.
You know, people have agency. They pick what they want to do. And if some girl watches a movie and it tells her that it's too nerdy to be a computer programmer, then she shouldn't have been a computer programmer. If that's all it takes to stop her, then she wasn't going to be one anyway. Something else would have stopped her if it wasn't that.
That's all it takes, but if you have a lifetime of people telling you that you shouldn't do something, you don't think those weigh on people over time?
I think some people, weaker people, and I think honestly, you obviously believe that.
So back then, the most common talking point was, why do we need marginalized people, quote unquote, shoehorned into popular media for the sake of representation? Why is it necessary? So Destiny's argument is, and this was like a very common, like people simply could not fathom why representation was necessary in media. So you had to argue it for why representation was good. That was like the core argument in the culture war debate at the time. It was a very simple time. Times were much more simple back then. And so what he's trying to explain right now is that media is part of our culture, and people are very much victims of what our culture like raises us to be growing up. Like, no man is an island. He's very deterministic. And what he's describing right now is the fact that, like, if you grow up with media telling you that if you're a woman, you've got a very set path you have to follow in life, and this is the only thing you can be, then it's likely you're going to follow that. And with men, but like the same thing. And no bullshit's trying to deny that by saying, well, no, I buck all sorts of societal expectations, which is a very stupid line of argument. Literally, teenage me had my eyes open to this concept by this argument. Like, this is one of the videos I watched as a teenager when I was a little chudhead that got me out of my mindset and made me realize, maybe there is good reason for representation in media, and it's not just, like, for woke points or whatever. At the time, you wouldn't have said woke points, but you know what I mean.
I think that you don't have that kind of confidence to defy society. I have no problem doing that.
What has society ever told you that you've defied?
Okay, well, for example, society, what would you say society's figures are for human beings? Males or females? What kind of body types would society dictate?
It really depends on, I don't know, a normal BMI range and a normal level
maybe
of health.
would you say skinny or fit or muscular?
Sure, probably muscular.
Okay, well, I'm a fat ass, so I don't give a shit. I don't care about weight. I don't give a fuck about what people say about weight, and I do fine. I don't give a shit what the society tells me my weight should be, or what I should eat, or what I should drink, or what I should smoke, or who I should fuck. I don't give a fuck, Destiny. You met a true red-pilled alpha motherfucker. Welcome to the gun show. Ugh!
I need you to understand that in 2017, none of those words were ironic. When people used those words back then, it was never ironic. It wasn't ironic at all. And people like him are what started people using it ironically to make fun of people like him. Also, peep that multi-MC install. Destiny playing Minecraft with multi-MC based?
All right.
Okay, I went a little crazy there. I'm
Okay.
still here.
You're red pilled because you're overweight.
Exactly.
That's
Well, I didn't say I was grossly overweight. That's not what I said, and that's not the context of that discussion.
Oh, you said you were overweight though, didn't you?
No, I said I was a fat ass and I was making a joke, and you kept taking that seriously for like the last 6 months, dude. That's what's so fucked up about you. You can't comprehend these like jokes that are made, and I was being hyperbolic. That's why I was saying.
So you're not actually overweight at all.
No, I'm not fat. I'm not grossly overweight. Not all.
Let's look at a video from No Bullshit's recent stuff when he actually started using a webcam. Does he have his webcam in this one? It's just showing a sponsorship. Here's one with his webcam. He usually uses a persona of like a guy, like a lumberjack guy in flannel with a bull head cut out. And it's like a muscular guy in flannel. But this is him in real life.
Hello and welcome back to No BS. Today we return to talking about plus size. Plus size is the term used for these sorts of larger than life people, and it's come up recently in recent memory for a number of reasons. Specifically, we recently did a video about how
I like how often he repeats words in order to stretch the watch time to 10 minutes. Very nice. Very good.
the shit you say every time
you're not,
we talk
wait,
on Twitter.
whoa, chill out. So you're not overweight at all.
Every time
you
we're
just
on
made
Twitter,
that up.
you're like...
You totally made that up.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling
Oh, reminder, by the way, he has the same name as the Quartering and Geeks and Gamers. They all have the name Jeremy. All three of them. Geeks and Gamers, the Quartering, and No Bullshit. They're all neckbeard fat dudes named Jeremy, except for the Geeks and Gamers guy. He's a skinny neckbeard.
right now, bro. You keep saying, "Oh, I'm fat on Twitter." This is like the only thing you got against me. This is the first thing.
No, it's not the only thing I got against you. It was an important part of. Do you remember the context of that discussion?
No, it's not important. You just bring it up every time.
Important. No, the context of that discussion.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's important to you. It's just I could just say you're obsessed with incest. You're okay with incest.
Well, you're already doing that on Twitter, but okay.
Yeah, that's why I do it, because you take me out of context about one comment I made 6 months ago, and I'm going to do the same thing with incest. You're pro incest.
So the context of that discussion was.
So why do you love incest so much?
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in a couple minutes.
No, I want to talk about it now. I mean,
in a couple minutes.
Pro-incest.
Because you're trying to say you didn't mean the statement.
Are you trying to have sex with your child?
Yeah, all the time, dude. You got me, dude. Okay,
so you want to have sex with your cousin? Is it your mom hot?
Yeah, the context of that discussion was you were saying that minorities or other people that are influenced by society should just ignore society and be their own person. That everybody should.
No Bullshit, after this event, basically became the laughingstock of the anti-SJW sphere. Even Mahler, who is himself just an anti-SJW, anti-woke YouTuber, disguised as a, film critic, has done a debate dunking on No Bullshit for his, anti-woke stuff. No Bullshit is genuinely that bad of a representative of what the right believes in. The right had a really good thing going online with the whole Gamergate thing until people like No Bullshit started to really just cause everything to fall apart.
Have agency and resist the influences around you. So I asked you, can you tell me one way that you think that you buck society? And you thought about it for a while, and you're telling me that the only thing you could think up of was just a lie? You concede that entire discussion to me then, at least? Can you at least say that? Well, actually, Stephen, there is no way to buck society, I guess.
Yeah, PSA Sitch, also a conservative like podcast guy, has also dunked on No BS. Like, he really just became everybody's. He became a gender-neutral bathroom because people on both sides of the political aisle were taking a shit on him.
Kind of a victim of your circumstances to some extent, because now you're telling me
so
that
dumb, bro. This show is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life.
What? It's a very easy, like, logical, like.
No,
point
it's
A to
not
point...
logical.
Okay, what part do you not understand?
I could tell you if you let me talk.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, to me, what it looks like is, ever since that debate, you say I'm fat every time we talk. That's all I see, and I'm not being like defensive, like, oh, he's calling me fat, I feel bad because I'm being called fat. No, it's just that's all you say. It's the dumbest shit ever. It's like, I don't get it, bro. Like, is that all you got to say? Like, the first tweet you tweeted me today, or like last night when you finally unblocked me because you pussed out. You're a big fucking pussy.
I didn't puss out. You were the one that didn't want to talk, my dude. I reposted the logs.
blocking people and then tweeting about them is a pussy move. And I'll tell.
Do you know why I blocked you? It's because I woke up today after I tweeted you this morning. I unblocked you because I was curious. I had over 2,000 fucking things in my ad because you sit there and tweet for hours,
that's not
dude.
True.
How are you going to tell me it's not true that I don't have over 2,000 things in my fucking mentions?
I'll tell you. As soon as you let me talk, I'll tell you.
Okay.
So you tweeted me last night, and then I went and checked it, and you had me unblocked.
The thing that No Bullshit doesn't know is that Destiny shows everything of his life on stream. So his chat that's watching has spent the last, like, 5 hours with Destiny scrolling through Twitter, showing them all of this. So when Destiny references that, the people watching live know what he's referencing. So yeah, like, No Bullshit was blowing up his mentions with thousands of ats.
Before I even replied to you.
Yeah, I know. I unblocked you before because I know you'd be mad if you were still blocked.
But you just said you unblocked me after you got the notifications to try and check them out, so you're lying. You're a fucking liar.
I didn't say that. I said I unblocked you right after I tweeted you.
Bro, you're a liar, man. You're also into incest, and you want to fuck your kids. I'm sorry, bro. It's sad.
Okay. So anyway, I'm sorry that I didn't know that the fat thing like hurt your feelings so much. That's okay.
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm just like, okay. I think it's funny how you bring it up every time we've talked in the last 6 months. Well, not that it's been that many times, but there was a few tweets. You tweeted me today. The first thing you said in this debate was I'm grossly overweight. Like, is that all you got, bro?
Yeah, so the reason why I bring this up isn't to make fun of you necessarily for being fat. It was to make fun of you for being stupid. Because when I asked you to give me an example...
You calling me fat over and over again is trying to make fun of someone for being fat.
No, it's not. It's not. When I asked you to give me a single example of a way that you buck societal trends, the one thing that you could give me was an example of you being a slave to advertising. It's very ironic. That's why I make fun of you for the fat comment. It is.
No, I could give other examples. I just didn't.
Because you didn't have a single one. You speak English to me right now. You watch shows that are popular in society today.
The fact is that conservatives cannot debunk the idea that every human is a product of the society they were raised in, and that we ought to do things to improve that society that raises people. Because conservatives believe this is true. It's a big part of what their arguments are with, like, why we should ban trans drag shows or whatever, right? Like, they know that's the case, but they need to argue against it in cases like this, where their argument is against, you know, representation having value. They need to pretend like it has no effect, when on other topics, they acknowledge it has a significant impact.
Because you say I didn't have one doesn't mean I didn't have one. You're dumb.
Okay, so you did have better examples you could have given.
I could, yeah,
but you didn't. Instead, you chose to make something up about being overweight when you're actually not.
Yeah, I was just saying I'm a fat ass, and it was like the first example I thought of. Who gives a shit? Why do you dwell on it?
I'm not. I just thought it was a funny answer.
We said so many other things in the debate, and all you got is, "Oh, you're fat."
No, we did say a lot of other things. You said that that black people get policed more because they drive in cars with their guns hanging out. I remember that one too.
You're so dumb, man.
Do you not remember that quote? I could pull you up a video quote of that as well if you forgot that one.
If you want, I mean, I know you like Googling stuff and bringing up quotes and make people try to make them look bad. It just makes you.
Oh, I know you love bringing up quotes and Googling things. Oh, he really does not do himself justice, or the entire political group he associates with.
Dude, if your quotes make you look bad, that's on you, dog. It's not on me. I'm sorry.
No, dude, it's your show. Your show is terrible. You just sit there Googling stuff. No one cares. You're giving away fucking
Does it bother you when you argue with people that actually know what they're talking about? Is that like...
You don't know.
Oh, man.
You just call people fat and defend incest. That doesn't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, so
you want to get to pro-incest? You want to start defending incest?
Yeah, let's do an ethics discussion. Sure thing. So we're going to start...
Ethics discussion with a college dropout.
Yeah,
fucking rich.
Let's do it, dude. All right, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Tell me why incest is cool. Why
no, that's not how it works. We're gonna start from a morally neutral position. So that means we pass.
No, I want you to tell me why incest is cool.
I don't have to defend why incest is cool. You have to tell me why incest is wrong, right?
No, I don't.
Yes, because every action by default starts as morally neutral.
Get ready for one of the best arguments of all time on the entire internet.
You're the one that has to make the argument for why something should be wrong.
Is Destiny pro-incest, or is this a straw man? All right. I'm going to break down the thought argument Destiny's about to make, though he's probably going to do it better than I can. So, there are a lot of things that we recognize as bad morally, but when challenged in an argument to explain why it's bad, we kind of fumble and don't find the words for it, because it's just kind of always been it's always been a truth we've followed without really questioning it, because in large part our emotions also drive that truth, and incest is a good example. Most of us are obviously grossed out by incest. I certainly am, and I imagine most of you are, unless... Bust out your Pornhub search history, boys. Anyway, most people have a pretty emotionally revulsive reaction to incest. And we also have a pretty strong opinion societally that incest is wrong. But when challenged on why, in a vacuum, incest is wrong, it kind of all falls apart. You can give a bunch of examples of scenarios where an incestuous relationship can have harmful outcomes, but I can give you plenty of examples where there are no harmful outcomes that are tangible in any way. And in that case, why would it be wrong? That's the question that Destiny is asking. And he'll explain in the debate, why it's being asked. It's basically an ethics argument.
You're so dumb, bro. You think these fucking stupid little sentences make you sound smart? Talking a lot and being fast talker doesn't make you smart. You're just doing that little pitter-patter shit you do with everyone.
Okay. I'll speak a little bit slower for you, okay? Hold on. Listen to me very carefully.
Speed.
No, I understand.
You keep talking and you don't let people talk,
No,
and then you
I'm
say
letting
so
you
many
talk.
things that people can't respond to you because you said 5 different false things in a sentence. That's what you...
All right, guys. My pizza is here. I will be right back. You can edit this bit out, Cherry. I will return momentarily with pizza. I'm back, and I've got pizza. Let me make sure I don't have any, barcodes or any bullshit like that showing that'll let you see where I live. All right. Very good. Very good. Pizza time. Okay, Cherry, resume. Sorry for that cut in the video. I had to get my pizza. It got delivered, and I had to order it while live because it's getting late, and I didn't want to get too late for me to get food. So, let's get back to it.
You do every
Can
time.
you name one
Steven.
false thing I just said?
Steven,
Can you
you're
name one
retarded.
false thing I just said?
Tell me why.
Can you name
incest
one
is cool.
false? You just made an accusation of me. Can you name one false thing that I just said?
I mean, you call me fat like 100 times on Twitter today.
Okay.
It was the first thing you said.
So in this conversation right now, where you said that I say 100 million false things, whatever, you can't
Blah,
name
blah,
a single.
blah, 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 blah. I'm dumb. I'm Steven. I have fucking stupid fans.
Okay, so you made that up. Okay, so let me say this again.
No, I didn't make it up. Everyone knows you do that. Everyone says it on YouTube. You're the laughing stock of YouTube.
Okay, I'll use smaller words. Okay, and I'll try to speak.
It's not
slowly,
about the size of the words. It's about you.
There was this time where I heard Destiny mentioned once or twice before I discovered his content, but his name didn't stick until after, like it was like a, just randomly it hit me, huh? That was in reference to Destiny. When those memories just came back to me. Not the game, the streamer. There were people like Rags, for example. I have a distinct memory of Rags back in 2017 shit-talking Destiny in a video about how he loses every debate that he does. And I was like, I remembered that, like, after the fact, and I was like, conservatives were shit-talking this guy a lot back in the day and trying to, like, discredit his popularity because they see popularity as a valid, like, what validates your beliefs and your existence on the platform.
Pitter-pattering and just going on and droning on and blah, 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 blah. I'm Steven. I try to sound smart, but I'm not.
Okay,
You're not, bro.
Stop me when you disagree with something I say, okay?
Tell me why incest is good.
Stop me when you disagree with something I say, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Most actions are morally neutral. That
Wrong.
means... Okay. Tell me what you disagree with there.
Actions have consequences. Incest is wrong because you're fucking your family, dude. You want to fuck your kids? That's messed up, dude. You think that's right? You're a fucking crazy person.
Okay, so I don't disagree with what you said. You said that actions can be wrong.
So, he is currently struggling a lot to understand the fundamental idea of arguing the ethics of an action from a basic framework, isolating that action into a vacuum and trying to evaluate the immoral implications of committing that action. He can't engage with it. He freaks out every time Destiny tries to start the line of dialogue. It's impressive how, like, close-minded he is. It really is.
Wrong if they have bad consequences. That's true. That's valid. Okay.
So are we talking about incest or are we talking about actions? You just want to like sidetrack it and not talk about your pro-incest stance because you like to, kind of muddy the waters? Is that what it is?
So right now I'm trying to establish an understanding that, or I'm trying, hold on, I'm sorry, let me think of another way to say this. I'm trying to make it so that you understand, okay, that the onus is on you. That means that it is your prerogative, or it is in your interest to tell me why an action.
And not even in an insulting way. Destiny realizes how stupid who he's talking to is, and just starts explaining to it like he's talking to a 5-year-old. Like he's genuinely talking to him like he's a 5-year-old, and it's not dumbed down enough. That's not far enough. He hasn't gone far enough. He needs to dumb it down more.
Is bad, okay? So
no.
Okay.
You invited me to a debate. You said, come on my show. I'm going to take a stance that's pro-incest. So you make an opening statement that's pro-incest.
Okay. Here is my opening pro-incest statement then, okay? I'm sorry.
Great.
Tell me if
so you're speaking in support of incest.
Sure. So
on Twitch,
okay. Yep.
2,000
on
people
Twitch.tv,
watching,
yep.
supported by blue microphones,
Yep,
pro-incest speech. Let's hear it.
So my opening statement would be that I would say that incest is a morally neutral action like any other sexual activity, assuming no one else is getting hurt. Now, you must tell me why it is a moral wrong to commit incest or whatever. Go.
Well, because, parents manipulating their kids into having sex with them is a fucked up power dynamic and it's going to mess up their heads.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. What about siblings having sex with each other?
Same situation. Older sibling manipulating the younger sibling.
Okay, so what if you have two siblings that are over the age of consent? You have a sibling that's 19 and a sibling that's 20 years old. Do you think it's permissible for them to engage in incest?
No, because the older one could be grooming the younger one from a young age when they're kids.
What if there's no grooming involved? What if they've never had any sexual activity involved whatsoever until they reach college age? They're 19 and 20.
I mean, we could play what ifs all day. I'm sure you could find a little niche situation where incest is okay, but
Is that the pizza? Or is that the taste of the biggest fumble I have ever witnessed? That was just the most telegraphed fumble. He had like 5 straight seconds of speaking to cut himself off from saying that, too. That's the entire argument Destiny's making. There you go.
Oh, so you agree? Did you just say incest? You can find situations where incest is okay? Do you agree or disagree with that? Because that's what you just said. You just said that you can find...
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you explain to me in this niche situation, can you tell me why incest would be wrong with a 19 and a 20-year-old? Because it sounded like you said there were situations where it could...
The funny thing, too, is Destiny's not pro-incest. Destiny doesn't believe that even in the scenarios he gives in which no harm is caused by incest, that it's good. Because if you allow that, then it may encourage the other abusive kinds. So, he's not even in favor of incest. He's just trying to get no bullshit to argue with the premise. But he can't. He's physically incapable.
Be okay.
No, it sounded like you like to jump on people and tell them what they said. Don't tell me what I said, Steven. I know what I said.
Okay, what you said exactly was, I'm sure you could find niche situations...
No, don't tell me what I said. Don't tell me what I said. That's not how you host a show.
Okay, I'm sorry. Tell me if you agree or disagree with this. Did you not just say, I'm sure you can find niche situations...
You can't not do it, bro.
You're not allowed to reiterate what I've said. That's the rules of the debate I've now set up. You can't ask if I meant something that I said. There's no irony here. There's no irony. This was like a nuke going off on the back of the anti-SJW right-wing sphere back then.
If this is what you said, so I can understand.
You are the worst host ever.
I'm just asking if this is what you said. I'm just asking.
No, don't ask. Let's talk. Okay. Don't tell me what I said.
Do you think that there are niche situations where incest is okay?
I don't. You do.
Oh, okay. So then, can you tell me if you have a 19 and a 20-year-old who have not been grooming each other or sexually involved whatsoever, who are in school, they're school age, they're in college, maybe they're dorming together, what would be morally wrong about them engaging in incest for a 19 and a 20-year-old?
I mean, there's lots of things that could go wrong. You could have a bad pregnancy, could kill the woman. You could have...
Okay, what if they use protection?
Kids.
Plenty of people use protection. It's very common these days.
Protection is not 100%.
What if they're gay? It's 2 men, a 19 and a 20-year-old guy.
Like I said, I mean, I know you like to find these little niche situations, but dude, you're not proving that incest is right by like picking out.
He can't handle it. He can't do it. He can say it, but he can't think it. It's insane. It's like his mouth is moving, but his brain's not doing anything.
Gay siblings that never met each other and didn't groom each other.
My goal isn't to prove that incest is right. My goal is to say that it's a morally neutral action. The onus is on you to prove that it is a moral wrong. Right now, you haven't.
That.
What? Okay, not really. You haven't really spoken to incest being a moral wrong.
You said you agreed with me. You said power. You said the power.
I agree about power dynamics,
grooming.
but that's not unique to incest. Power dynamics exist in normal relationships as well. That's why you don't have professor-student relationships. That's why you don't have employee-employer relationships.
You're so dumb, bro. You should have stuck in college, man. You should have stayed in college.
Okay. Do you understand that power dynamics are not unique to incestual relationships?
Sure. Do you understand that doesn't matter? And the fact that you can try and find some niche situation where you think incest is okay, that doesn't make incest okay. That's just you being a little fucking pussy-ass, nitpicking bitch.
So it sounds to me like you don't have an argument against incest then. You actually don't...
I already told you my argument. You just ignored it. No, I told you. You agreed with me.
You spoke about power dynamics. You said that if there are unbalanced power dynamics in any sexual relationship, it's probably unhealthy, and I agree with that. But you didn't give me an argument...
So that's why incest is wrong.
But not all incestual relationships necessarily have power dynamics. What about twins?
So, what Destiny's doing right now is trying to isolate incest to its own thing. Because people keep bringing up examples that, even if there wasn't incest involved, would be abusive and bad regardless. So you need to just get an incestuous pairing that is on its own and determine the moral good or badness of that on its own. Not, well, what if it's pedophilic? And it's like, well, pedophilia is already bad. Whether it's incest or not, that's not what we're arguing about here. We already agree on that.
Have to prove...
Well, no bullshit doesn't agree with us on pedophilia being bad. You know, we know the law. We know the law. The pedocon law is very clear.
how every single like situation you bring up is wrong. In general, overall, incest is bad.
Okay,
that's the
but
point.
you do, because you're making an argument.
No, I don't. You say I do, doesn't make it true. You're a dumbass who didn't even go to college, bro. You can't even graduate from college. You don't know shit about debate.
So your argument was
that you're dumb and you're a terrible host.
Your argument was that all incest is bad, and then you started talking about power dynamics, which isn't present in every incestuous relationship. So now I'm asking you to go further, because you haven't proven to me that you think incest is bad. I'm starting to think you might be a secret incest supporter.
Why don't you prove why incest is good? That's your stance.
I don't have to prove why anything is good. It's not how society works.
Why not?
Let's say that I have a fidget spinner and I like spinning it in my hand. I don't have to prove that that's a good action for me to do it. It could be morally neutral.
So why do you want to have a debate about incest, but you don't want to prove anything?
I don't have to prove that it's a morally righteous action. That's not how we do things.
In moral ethics, the way things are typically done is you take an idea, and whoever is attacking that idea, the onus is on them to make the argument, and for the person defending the idea to be the second one to respond. So, yeah, no bullshit who's come on Destiny's show should be the one attacking incest and explaining why it's bad, and Destiny should be explaining why his attacks against it are not good attacks. And that's what Destiny's trying to do. But no bullshit is incapable of explaining why incest is bad. He can't do it.
Society, you can do things for fun that aren't morally righteous. Yes, it is.
Dude, you're so dumb, man.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what part of that statement you didn't understand, and I can slow down a little bit? And
well, I don't understand. It's not about smaller words. It's about your pitter patter. You ramble on about nothing.
What do you think I'm rambling on about? Because everything I've said so far has been pretty clear and concise.
No, it hasn't. You don't know what you sound like. You sound like a fucking idiot.
Okay, can you tell me what I just said that sounded like a fucking idiot?
I think you sound like an idiot because your voice is dumb. You have a stupid little show on Twitch where you stream 8 hours a day and you're just looking at the chat. You're not even fucking talking to your audience. You're just like reading fucking, I don't know, emails. That's why I think you're dumb, bro. I think you're dumb because...
What does that have to do with the incest argument?
Your YouTube channel is garbage. No one watches it. You don't even edit your own videos. You put up this long crap that no one watches. Like, bro, you're not an intellectual power.
You don't even edit your own videos. Ah, yes. Editing your own videos, a very clear sign of having made it on YouTube and having tons of money and views and success. Editing your own videos. Totally.
Powerhouse. You're a fucking idiot.
Name something in this argument so far that you've disagreed with, or that you think was wrong or stupid? Because you've said idiot so many times.
I think incest is wrong.
But you haven't given me any arguments against incest. You've only given me arguments against imbalanced power dynamics.
I did give you arguments against incest. You just keep saying I didn't.
What were they?
And now you're trying to repeat it and bring it back and like, oh my God, we got so far away. I forgot, so everyone else forgot. No, I already fucking did it, bro.
The only argument that you gave me that I heard was imbalanced power dynamics, which can exist in all sexual relationships. That's not unique to incest. And something about women getting pregnant and dying during pregnancy, even though we've got birth control and homosexual relationships don't have to deal with this issue. So you haven't actually given me a single thing against incest itself.
Yeah, I did. Those are against incest.
But those are against every possible relationship. Those aren't unique to
incest. That doesn't have to be unique to incest.
Okay, but you said that all incest is wrong. I can give you several scenarios.
I didn't say all incest is wrong either.
Oh, so
on several levels, wow. Just wow on so many levels.
You do think there are... Then that means that... Why did you disagree with my earlier statement? You think that there are times when incest is an okay thing.
No, I don't. You keep telling me what I think and what I say. You're doing it again, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. Stop. So I'm asking you.
All you do is tell people what they think and what they say.
I'm just giving you the logical consequences of your statements.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just trying to frame people up and put words in their mouth because you're a fucking pussy. You can't make your own point.
So earlier...
You won't even make a point. You're like, I don't have to make my point. You make your point. You invited me on the
Remember, guys, back then, getting angry and loud in a debate, instant lose. The instant you got mad or angry in a debate, you've lost the debate, especially back then. No bullshit, lost the debate the second he started getting mad.
Show, and you can't even make a fucking point, dude. What kind of show is this?
Can you tell me? I don't understand how these two statements can coexist. You said that I think that all incest...
Because you don't understand shit. You're a dumbass motherfucker.
Okay, so you said that... Okay, so
that's what you do whenever you make fun of me. You're like, oh, no bullshit. He's like saying this. He doesn't want to come on the show. I'm Destiny, and I'm fucking loser.
So, earlier, you said that you think that there's no time when incest is permissible. You said that, right? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I didn't say that, bro. Why do you keep trying to tell me what I say? Here's how hosting a show works. You ask a question, you listen to what they say. Try it. Try it sometime.
I'm
Be a
trying. I
professional.
thought earlier. I thought you.
Is no bullshit forgetting this is live streamed and will be recorded and uploaded? Because at times it feels like he's like forgetting that this is being watched by thousands of people.
Said that there's no time when you support incest.
A big, like, part of what gave Destiny the upper hand was that so many of these content creators made, like, prepared content, and he made live content, so he had the live support of his entire audience and being used to being on, like, live format, while these YouTubers that made their scripted grift videos fell apart when confronted in person and having to go off the cuff. And, just don't sound as good or sound nearly as smart without their editing or their script writing.
Said you'd never support incest, right?
I didn't say that. No, you're just being fucking stupid.
Okay, so then there are...
It also just gives them a general fish out of water feeling that kind of makes them feel like they're not on their home turf. And that was a big benefit Destiny had back then against these people.
Times that you
Do
support
you want to
incest?
start over, Steven? Because I know you lose track and you like to read your emails and get Twitter messages and stuff. Do you want to start over?
Wait,
You want to start over, big guy?
Are there times when you support incest or not?
I think incest is wrong, and I told you why it's wrong. If you forgot, you forgot, bro. I'm sorry this whole show hosting thing is too much pressure for you.
Okay, do you want to get out like a pen and paper and I can walk you through why the statement you're making is irrational? Do you want to try that or?
A pen and paper? Oh, you want to talk down to me, Destiny? Are you the smart guy? You're a big old smart guy, aren't you?
So you're trying to say that A is wrong, okay? Incest is wrong, okay? But then when you give me arguments, you're not giving me arguments against A or incest. You're giving...
It's like he has to say no to every claim Destiny makes. He can't agree to a single thing he says. So Destiny will say, "Do you believe this?" And then he'll say no. And Destiny will say, "Okay, so you believe this?" And he'll say no. And he'll say, "So you believe that?" And go back to the first thing. And he'll go no. And so he'll say, "Okay, so you do believe this?" And go back to the second thing again. And he'll say no all over again. And it's just back and forth over and over and over.
Giving me arguments for a different topic that applies to some of A. So, for instance, you say that
You're so
incest.
dumb.
You say
don't
that
get it.
you say, I don't.
It's the Sargon smuckle. If you watch Demon Mama, you know about the conservative chud smuckle. It's the nervous chuckle that conservatives do when they want to feel like they sound like they've got it all together when they're losing. Sargon does it very notoriously. No bullshit as well. The quartering has it as well.
I know. Help me, dude. I'm trying to understand, man. I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Let's for example.
Okay.
Let's say I can give you a separate example.
Yeah, sure.
I've gotten this before.
Okay.
So a
It's
lot
a
of people
smug
say,
chuckle.
okay, there's these alt-right SJWs that share traits with regular SJWs, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
This is
they
called
say
horseshoe theory. Yeah.
Yeah, they say something like, "Oh, this person gets triggered a lot, so this person gets triggered a lot." But you can't connect those two groups just because they have similarities. Doesn't mean...
So if you're wondering why he said alt-right SJWs there, it's because back then there was unironically, this was like the start of the schism and the fall of the right wing, when people were starting to use the term right-wing SJW to describe crazy right-wingers that were going off the handle. And eventually that term fell out of favor because, like, right-wing SJW, the implication was an SJW is just someone who freaks out and gets angry. So there's left-wing and right-wing SJWs, and they're the ones that freak out and get angry. That was like the perception back then.
they're separate.
You mean similar?
Yeah, they're not like you can have a shared trait and it still apply. Like you say, oh, this isn't exclusive to incest. It doesn't have to be exclusive to incest.
No, the problem, I'm sorry, the problem isn't that it's exclusive to incest. The problem is that it doesn't encompass all of incest. There's a big
Well, it
logic
doesn't
gap
have
there.
to.
But it does, because you're giving me arguments against
No, it
incest.
doesn't.
You said,
No, it doesn't.
You said...
You say it does because you're dumb.
Okay.
And you don't get it.
You say...
Like, okay, let's say murder. Let's say we're talking about murder instead of incest, right?
Okay.
So murder is wrong.
I don't agree with that.
Murder is always wrong because murder is killing someone who's innocent for no reason than to kill them. I assume he means killing and not murder, because murder itself is like the designation of it's a crime designation. Murder is always wrong. Killing is not murder. Murder is a type of killing that itself is always morally wrong. We've got a word for it. Murder's like the worst kind of killing. Like, when someone deserves to be murdered, we call it an assassination. Like, let's say there's a dictator somewhere who's, like, responsible for the deaths of millions, and we send in some guys to, like, kill him in his sleep. That's not murder. We don't call it murder. We call it an assassination. We use these words for a reason, but, yeah. If we're having a conversation about killing, obviously, you know, you shoot somebody who's coming into your house to kill you, and you kill them. Totally morally justifiable, in my opinion. Killing someone by running them over on the street because they were in your way, that's murder. and is always wrong.
Statement, but you can make that if you want.
There are also different types of murder. We've got first-degree murder, second-degree murder, third-degree murder. We've got like manslaughter charges for like going down a tier. But like first-degree murder is when you planned it out and it was premeditated and you had many opportunities to decide, nope, I'm not going to do the murder. Second-degree murder is, I think, when like you kind of prepared, like let's say you went into the house, grabbed a weapon, and then immediately went and killed someone. And like third-degree murder is like literally crime of passion, like you just flew off the handle and did it. Like you didn't premeditate it, it happened in the moment, there were no plans, and it was over in a flash kind of thing.
Okay, so you don't think murder's wrong?
No, because I think that there are times where killing another person is permissible. And
okay, destiny means killing, and so does no bullshit. Murder and killing, not the same thing. Destiny knows that, I'm sure, but I don't think no bullshit does. I bet no bullshit thinks murder and kill mean the same word.
Acts of war, maybe, or self-defense, or euthanasia, or whatever. I think you can make legitimate arguments for those things.
So that's your whole theory about incest, because you can find little niche situations that you think it's okay. You think all of incest is okay.
I never said that. I don't think that killing.
He just keeps. Oh my God! The self owns. It's insane how many times he says you can find situations where incest is okay, and just says that, and then continues on with his argument. It's insane.
Somebody for no reason or killing somebody to take their possessions is okay.
So do you think incest is okay?
Well, in general, we're not really talking about incest. We're talking about power dynamics in relationships, and we're talking about, potential.
So you don't want to answer that. You don't want to answer it.
Well, I don't think all incest is okay, no. But I think that there might be like niche situations where it's morally ambiguous or irrelevant.
So you think those morally ambiguous situations justify incest?
When you say, what do you mean by justify incest?
Well, I mean, like, if we were talking about murder and you said this situation, this person defended themselves, murder's okay. So in general, murder's okay now.
No, that's not how that works. I said that I wouldn't make a statement on all of murder, right? That you would have different criteria for different situations. So self-defense, where you're like...
Well, the argument I would make is that killing is morally neutral. You have to consider it on a case-by-case basis with a moral analysis, which is why our founding fathers said you have to have a jury of your own peers to determine your innocence or guilt and what sentence you'll get here in America. That's kind of what our founding fathers thought too. Not that revolutionary of an idea, believe it or not.
Life is threatened. In that case, murder is okay.
Well, it's revolutionary,
right? When these criteria have been met. If your life is threatened and you have to defend yourself.
So you're not really taking a pro-incest take. You're just trying to say, in certain niche situations, incest is okay.
Yeah, wow!
Yes, you need to be judged by a jury of your own queers, yes.
Oh, yeah, you got it! I'm not actually pro-incest. You got there all on your own, dude. I'm real proud of you. Good job.
Well, you said this was a pro-incest debate.
No, I said I was going to make arguments in favor of parts of incest.
No,
I'm not going to sit here and defend all incest to you. Do you think I'm going to defend? Do you think I'm going to defend incest between like a 45-year-old father and like a 10-year-old daughter? That's indefensible. Of course, it's horrible. But we're not talking about incest there. That's not why it's wrong. A 45-year-old dad having sex with a 10-year-old daughter isn't wrong because it's incest. It's wrong because it's
won.
No, not really. It's wrong because a 45
incest is wrong, and you agreed.
So do you think that a 45-year-old man having sex with a 10-year-old girl that isn't his daughter? Do you think that's okay?
I don't know about your random question, but I'm going to go ahead and say you admitted that incest is wrong.
No, I never said that. I said that we're not talking about incest.
So it's not wrong. So it's not wrong.
I'm saying that it's almost irrelevant.
It's irrelevant whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah. Give me an example where you think it's wrong.
So you don't care. You don't care if people do incest.
Give me an example, and I'll answer it.
You don't want to answer that?
Not really. I don't think so. Morally.
No bullshit is also, as you can tell, very desperate to get a dub from this conversation. This was during the peak of the blood sports era of online debate. And so whenever you'd go into one of these live stream debate types, it was all about, type things. It was all about trying to get as many epic owns on your opponent as possible. And Destiny did this effectively without even trying. But people like No Bullshit and a lot of these chud types just were not equipped to do so because all of their talking points and all of their knowledge were from like YouTube videos and like right-wing articles they'd covered and their scripted videos. They'd never truly been challenged in their positions. And Destiny reads articles. He spends like half of his time on stream reading news articles about current events and politics. So if somebody has an opinion that's pro-Trump and they went onto his show, they were going to have to answer for Trump's policies, the effects, and what experts think of Trump's policies. And these YouTubers were not prepared for that kind of conversation. They got blown the fuck out every time.
I don't think it's relevant. Give me an
Okay,
example.
So you're cool with that it's not immoral to do incest.
Give me an example, and we could talk about it.
Okay. Mother's sleeping with her 13-year-old son.
Okay, so when a 30-plus-year-old woman is sleeping with a 13-year-old boy, it's not wrong because it's incest. It's wrong because it's, you could argue, statutory rape, but it's wrong because you've got a very old person who's taking advantage of a very young person more often than not, right? It's not wrong because it's incest. Even if these people were unrelated, this would be an unhealthy sexual relationship.
Well, it's not wrong because it's incest. Just because there's other factors.
Sure, but you haven't made any of those arguments because you keep conceding that there are situations where incest might be okay, which means that you're...
No, I didn't concede that. That was your argument. I was just identifying your argument.
Okay, then two twins are in college and they want to have sex with each other and they're both men. Tell me why that's wrong. Now you have to attack incest itself. You can't give me another excuse like power dynamics or something else. Tell me why it would be wrong.
The gay college twins argument is truly unassailable.
For two 21-year-old boys to have, or men or whatever, to have sex with each other, they're dorming together in college, that are twins.
Because it's just psychologically damaging.
What if
it's not good to sleep?
What do you mean psychologically damaging? So you ran out of real arguments now?
No, that's an argument. I mean, it messes up your head if you sleep with siblings. There's no denying that.
Okay.
So you think if you had sex with your sibling, it wouldn't mess you up in the head?
I don't.
Is there even data on that? Like, I think it would probably fuck me up. I don't have any siblings. But I feel like it would scar me. I'd probably need some therapy, but presumably engaging in consensual sex but by both parties won't lead to that? Because I'm assuming they wouldn't have the same hang-ups? That just sounds like it's completely made up. Like the most, I'm just pulling shit out of my ass and hoping I hit a bullseye type thing possibly. Spraying and praying.
Really, no, I don't really think about it that much.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, but I don't really like my siblings. I don't think I would sleep
So
with them.
Let's say you did have sex with one of your siblings. Do you think that would not mess you up in the head?
Probably not. I don't really care that much.
So you wouldn't care about having sex with your sibling?
I mean, I don't think I would do it because I don't really like them like that.
So you're admitting that you're cool with having sex with your sibling?
Not really. I just said like 3 times that I wouldn't do it because I don't really...
But it wouldn't bother you in the head. You'd be like, if you were attracted to them, it wouldn't psychologically damage you. You'd be cool with it.
No, probably not.
So there is psychological issues.
No, I'm sorry. Let me be more clear. I said no, it wouldn't give me like problems. I don't know why you think it would give me problems in my head.
Well, I mean, I could explain it to you, but
yeah, explain it to me.
I mean, most psychologists would probably agree.
Really? Can you think of any?
Most psychologists. We're off to a fantastic start, boys.
Any printed literature that agrees with you? Any studies, anything like that agrees that two people engaging in a consensual incestual relationship have problems in their head?
So you want sources? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a single study or a single.
You want me to cite a source? Otherwise, I'm wrong, right?
Well, no.
Otherwise, you're and they're like, "Oh, give me a link."
By the way, this was back when none of these people even considered that you should cite sources in videos, and that fact that Destiny brought sources to the table and links and expected his opponents to provide links and sources to their claims, unthinkable. Unfucking thinkable to these people back then. And the audience, too.
You're wrong. Fucking dumb, dude. We're having a discussion. Don't start asking for fucking sources. I didn't ask you for sources.
That's because I don't think I've made a claim. We're talking pretty much philosophy.
The internet blood sports sphere of right-wing content creators genuinely reacted this way to the idea of bringing up links and sources during debates. That was the state of online politics back then.
I don't think I've made a claim that needs a source yet. Can you think of a single claim I've made that needs a source?
You don't think much. You're just fucking talk.
Okay, so can you think of a single statement I've made that needs a source?
Yeah, where's the source that says a gay couple or gay twins, whatever, having sex in college wouldn't psychologically damage them? Where's the source?
I don't think there's been a study on that. But you're the one that made the...
Well, if you make a claim about something, you have to defend that claim, not the other way around.
Affirmative. You said that there are studies that show that it will mentally fuck you up. I don't think there have been studies like that. I've never heard of that before.
I've never said there were studies.
Okay, you made it sound like, I think you said every psychologist would say that would like mentally or psychologically mess you up. Did you not say that?
No, I didn't say that, man. You need to work on your listening.
Wait, so
you're like
saying...
hosting a show and you don't even know what people say, and then you tell them what they say and you put words in their mouth. You're a fucking terrible host. Dude.
Wait, can I get a clip of you saying that? Will you listen to that if I give you a clip of you saying that also?
And will you admit you're wrong if you misquoted me?
Yeah, sure. Hey, can you guys clip that for me? All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna
take your time, bro. I know this is what you do. You like to Google stuff, and
I'm not like Googling. Why do you get so upset that people take your words and hold you accountable to them? Does that really bother you?
No, it doesn't bother me. You bother me. You do it like a little dickhead. That's all you do. That's your whole show. You bring people on for debates, and then you try to like fucking put words in their mouth the whole time. That's all you do, man.
Every time
even listen.
Every time I've quoted something that you've said like back at you, you get.
Remember, guys, to this day, people like this despise having the things they've said in the past thrown back at them and being forced to defend it. Particularly these grifters that just shotgun off the most insane bullshit in their videos for views and watch time. And there's a reason why the Quartering stopped doing debates. The Quartering's last debate was with Destiny, and he got blown out so fucking hard. This was back in like 2020, I think, 2019. He stopped doing debates. The Quartering used to try, like, do debates and try to argue that he could, like, epically own lefties and stuff. Not anymore. He tried, like, 2 or 3 debates with Destiny, got owned each time. Literal memes came out of the stupid shit the Quartering said. And he stopped doing debates, as did many of these conservative chud types.
Like, really upset about it.
Because you misquote me every time.
Can you think of a single
video?
The Quartering also ran away from a debate with me after agreeing to one. Yep, multiple times.
Can you?
The first quote. The first quote. You were talking about the Lord of the Flies video I made, and you said something about all women. I said all women are terrible or something, and it was not what I said at all.
You said that women wouldn't survive a single day because they're catty and they can't get together and build shit. Wait, what do you think I misquoted there?
You just misquote all the time, bro. There's too many.
Wait, what did I
list.
misquote there? In that one example. What do you think I misquoted?
Are you looking up this one? Are you looking up this one?
Yeah, somebody in chat's looking it up.
Okay, you got your little minions on it, your little loser fans.
So can you tell me what I misquoted you there, and so far as the Lord of the Flies thing went? What did I misquote?
Well, it was like 30 minutes ago.
Cut to No Bullshit's channel, hasn't uploaded in 2 years, completely dead. He's lost like 1 quarter of his sub count since he went inactive from YouTube sub purges of inactive and bot follow accounts.
I can't remember it word for word. I'm not going to misquote you misquoting me.
So you can't even remember what we were talking about 30 minutes ago? Maybe you should just stick to YouTube and like pre-recorded formats then, if discussion is too difficult.
Can you remember what you said at the beginning of this, word for word?
Not word for word, but I remember that you said that I misquoted you. We watched the video together.
And it wasn't what you quoted me as.
It pretty much was exactly that,
No, see, you act like you remember, but you're wrong.
We literally stopped on a clip of you saying that you've seen women in these reality TV shows, and then it's about a woman in some reality TV show saying that I can't go on. I've been working for 2 hours or whatever.
Sure,
pretty much exactly. Wait, so
no,
you're saying?
It wasn't.
So you're
it wasn't
saying
what
that,
I said.
So you're saying
put
that
words in people's mouths, bro. You're just a fucking.
So you're saying that in your video, you didn't claim that women wouldn't be able to set up a society, that all of them would be too catty, and that on day one there's a society.
I believe the quote was, "Women have never built anything meaningful." I believe was his direct quote, word for word. When have women ever built anything meaningful? I believe is exactly his words.
He would collapse or whatever. You didn't say that.
Can you make any statements for yourself? Besides, all you say is, "Did you say this? Did you say that? Did you say this? Can you say that?"
Well, the problem is that, and this is the same problem I had when I talked with you last time, is that you don't really have like any strong thoughts. Like you're very lost because every time you say something, and then I try to rephrase it or I try to like clarify it, you like run away from it immediately when you realize that what you said was so stupid. Yeah. So let's listen to this clip together, and you can tell me if you said that psychologists say that these types of relationships will fuck you up. I linked you a clip. Let me know when you're ready to start. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
So there is psychological issues.
No, I'm sorry. Let me be more clear. I said no, it wouldn't give me like problems. I don't know why you think it would give me problems in my head.
Well, I mean, I could explain it to you, but
yeah, explain it to me. You were about to say
most psychologists would probably agree.
This fat
really? Can you
fuck
think of
always
any
shifting the burden of proof when he was the one
so you
who
said
made the
most
claim.
psychologists would probably.
The TTS Dono ruined it. Fucking TTS Dono.
You said most psychologists would probably agree. Can you name
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
You see why we don't do TTS streams, except for very rare occasions?
Said that most psychologists would probably agree. Do you agree that you said that? So in order to make that statement, you must have seen either a poll or a study or something to lead you to believe that. So I asked you.
So you don't want to admit you were wrong and misquoted me.
What do you think I misquoted?
Well, you said I brought up studies, which I didn't bring up studies.
No, you brought up most psychologists, which implies that you've seen a study.
So you misquoted me then. I didn't say studies. Do you know what quotes are?
Okay.
It's not implications, they're quotes.
My mistake. So
you admit you're wrong.
I admit that I'm not. I didn't need to put my kid gloves on. I'm sorry when I speak with you. Most people.
It's not kid gloves. It's admitting you're wrong. Say you're wrong, and then we'll move on.
If somebody said,
you were wrong.
"Oh, I'm wrong, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm totally wrong."
You said,
I'm
"Here's
totally
why you're wrong."
So
here's why you're.
He literally is degraded to the point of demanding that Destiny admit he's wrong in the debate because he's just incapable of arguing. He's angrily screaming, "Admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong. You're wrong. You're stupid. Admit you're wrong. Do it now, please, please."
I'm
going to let you finish, but then I'm still going to explain why you're wrong.
So the problem is that if somebody says something like, most historians say, most doctors say, most psychologists say, when they say that, they're usually referencing some type of polling data or some type of study. So when you said that, I made the assumption
Because you're dumb. You assume a lot of things because you're dumb.
Okay, how do you know what most psychologists think if not by studies or polls? Can you explain that to me?
No, I'm going to tell you why you were wrong in misquoting me because you wouldn't let me do it before. So basically, you said first something about studies, which I didn't say anything about studies. First misquote. Second of all, I said all psychologists would agree, which is much different than saying most. So there's 2 reasons you misquoted me.
Okay, most psychologists would agree. So can you
do you admit that that's wrong?
Yeah,
I'll move
sure,
on
dude.
as soon as
Yeah,
you
yep,
admit
I
you're
admit
wrong.
it's wrong. So can you tell me how you
So
know
can you
that?
stop quoting me and putting words in my mouth?
Can you tell me how how do you know that most psychologists would agree with you? Can you explain that?
Because there's no...
I like everybody in the chat calling him pedantic. Yeah, so basically, the no bullshit guy pulled something completely out of his ass, a claim that having sex with a sibling would probably damage you mentally. Now, it's true that I think most people wouldn't want to do it and would be damaged mentally if they were forced to. I certainly would be. I don't have any siblings, so I don't know, but I'm pretty certain that'd be the case. And like, if we're talking about a consensual, incestuous couple, then I would doubt there'd be mental, like, harm caused by it. But that aside, he doesn't have any sources to point to. I don't even know if this is something that's been studied. Like, how would you study this? Like, realistically, think about it for a second. How would you study that? Really? How would you study the mental effect of incestuous relationships completely devoid of abuse or manipulation or anything along those lines, and study whether or not there's negative outcomes? You couldn't. You couldn't do that study. It doesn't exist. Hi, Holly.
No psychologist is going to encourage incest like
We're not talking about encouraging it. I'm sorry. Whoa.
Yeah,
you're
you
misquoting
like
me.
it, bro.
No, whoa. Can you name a single time where I've said that I like incest?
You're pro-incest.
You're misquoting me, dude. Can you name it? I haven't said that at all.
You're the one who set up this debate on Twitter.
I haven't said that. No, I did not say that. I never said I'm pro-incest.
You said you were going to take the pro-incest stance.
Ah, there you go. But that's a lot different than being pro-incest.
So you're not pro-incest?
No, I'm not.
So you think incest is wrong?
Never said that. You're the one here making that side of the argument. I'm not going to make your side for you. I said on Twitter that I was going to make...
Why are you not for incest then?
I'm not going to make that argument for you. The onus is on you. You came here to debate that. I'm not going to give you the answer. You still failed to do that, though. So I just want an answer to this. I just want an answer to this question. How do you know what most psychologists think if you're not referencing a study or a poll? Can you please tell me?
No, I'm not going to tell you shit.
So you don't. So you just pull that statement out of your.
I mean,
out of
you're
your
not gonna
average
tell me,
BMI ass. That's.
You're not gonna tell me why you're against incest. Why should I tell you this? Why should we take?
Why would I make your argument for you? Why do you think I would bring?
I
you
already
on
made
here?
my argument.
You didn't. You haven't given me a single argument against incest.
That's what
yet.
you keep saying, but I already told you at the beginning. Now you're forgetting what we talked about.
Okay, then I'm sorry because I forget so easily. Can you tell me in like a very clear statement why is incest wrong without talking about power dynamics or pregnancy? Can you tell me why is incest wrong?
What? Why do I have to have those parameters?
Because that's not talking about incest. It's talking about power dynamics, and it's talking about...
You need to understand that people with IQ this low are capable of getting nearly 1 million subs on YouTube and more. Millions of people will listen to them and think them smart people speaking facts. All it takes is a script. That's all it takes is a script to make someone this dumb sound smart, and for millions to hear what they have to say and agree.
Those are factors in incest.
Not always, but I could give you examples where they're not factors.
You're so dumb, dude. You're so dumb, man. You try to like take away parts of my argument before letting me make it. You can't do that.
I'm not trying to take away any part. Okay, so 2 twin men are in college. They're 21 years old,
God,
and they want to have sex.
Again.
You can't give me a reason why this is wrong. I think you're pro-incest because you're pro-incest.
No.
Can you just admit to me? Can you admit to me that you're
making the anti-incest argument?
Can you admit to me
you're pro-incest argument?
Yeah. Can you admit to me?
You're sponsored by Blue Microphones.
Yep.
You got 2,000 people on Twitch watching you. Support.
By the way, casually going after Destiny sponsors on stream. Remember when Ethan Klein made his video criticizing Keemstar and everyone shit on him for setting the precedent of going after people's sponsors? And here you have like a popular conservative content creator years before doing exactly that. Conservatives have gone after lefty figures' sponsors for a long time. It's nothing new. It's only like taboo and against the rules when you try to do it to a right-winger. Like, try to get them banned for breaking the rules or a sponsor revoked or something along those lines. Hey, Alec Master.
In pro-incest argue.
Can
I
you...
said there were studies. You're dumb.
Okay, you said you made it
everyone thinks you're dumb, bro. Just like everyone laughs at you on YouTube.
Yep.
They make compilation videos about how fucking retarded you are, how you're an autist, how you're tiny and skinny. Fucking loser, bro.
So,
everyone hates you.
Can you tell me why these two twin men having sex is morally wrong?
Why do you keep saying that, bro? Oh my god, you're dumb.
I'm gonna repeat it one more time. If you don't have an answer,
Why?
then just because I'm curious what the answer is.
That's all you got?
Yeah, I'm
that's
curious.
all you got. Is a gay random couple that's like never gonna happen. Maybe it's happened like 1 in a million times or something. That's all you got to defend incest.
So
That's
can you
it?
just say that you're actually then you don't have a problem with incest? Can you say I don't really care about incest? My problem is with power dynamics and with people getting pregnant, I guess. Can you say that at least?
No, why would I say that?
Because you don't have. Then tell me why two twin men who are 21 years old in college engaging in sexual activity is morally wrong.
I don't think that's a relevant scenario. Why
How
do
is
you
it
think
not
it'd be a
relevant?
weird scenario?
The reason why it's not relevant is because this actually distills the issue down to the incest point, and you can't give an argument against incest. You don't have a single one.
I already made my arguments.
You
and
haven't.
You said I told you power dynamics and birth.
But when no power dynamics are present, when there's not a power differential present, and if they're using protection,
They always are. There's always power dynamics.
Not
Even
in the
with
way.
twins.
Not.
This is about to degenerate into some of the most incoherent babble from no bullshit you'll have ever heard from a conservative propagandist. I need you to understand, this guy literally got millions of views a month back during his heyday.
In the way that we, not in the way that we understand them to
One
influence
twin could
sexual
be
issues.
bigger. One twin could be smarter. One twin could be
So
better
do you
at
think that in
sports.
general, if any person is smarter or bigger than another person, they shouldn't have sex with them?
What?
You
Why
just
would
said
you
that,
say that?
because you just said that power dynamics can mean one person is smarter. So you're saying that if one person is smarter than
you
another
see how
person...
you're doing it again? When you lose track, you keep telling me what I say. You keep saying, you said this, you said that.
Wait, did you not
said
say that?
this.
I thought
What
you
are you
just
talking about,
I thought you
Steven?
just said that one sibling could be smarter.
Does no bullshit think that Destiny's losing track of the conversation and that's why he's asking no bullshit to confirm if he said something? Does he not, like, understand the idea of having a thing he said picked apart?
And one sibling could be bigger than the
Yeah.
other. Okay.
Yeah.
So are
He
you
thinks
saying that
he's
in
winning.
general, or do
He
you agree
does.
that in general...
You need to know, no bullshit thinks he is winning by a landslide here. No bullshit thinks he is knocking it out of the park right now.
smarter or larger people can't have sex with other people that are smaller or less smart?
Why would you... No.
Okay, then why are you
What
bringing
kind
these
of
up?
question is that?
Then these aren't relevant points then.
Sure they are. In this situation.
Why?
In this fucking weird hypothetical you keep bringing up, because it's all you got, because you're fucking got nothing here.
So it sounds like you don't actually have an argument against incest.
Yeah, I already gave them to you. I said
don't have
power
any.
dynamics and birth defects.
But when
You
power
fucking
dynamics
retard.
aren't present, or when people can't get pregnant, you're okay with incest then.
No, I'm not. I'm still not.
But you can't give an argument against it. You're just not okay with it.
So how many times do I have to tell you the argument until you like stop saying I don't have an argument? Just because you say I don't have an argument doesn't mean I don't.
I just want you to embrace the incest, my dude. It sounds like you're kind of on board with it. I just want you to be honest with yourself.
I'm on board with it.
Yeah.
You're the incest
I just
guy,
want you
bro.
to be honest with yourself, my
You're the
dude.
one who's defending incest.
I'm not defending anything. I don't have.
From this point on, it just becomes a bully session, and I love it. If I remember correctly, it just becomes Destiny bullying no bullshit from here on out, and I'm all here for it.
You haven't given an argument against it yet.
Why do you keep saying that? Like, do you really not remember what I said?
Yeah,
told
you're
you the
giving me
argument over and
general
over.
arguments against unhealthy sexual relationships that aren't unique to incest. You're just giving me
They
general
don't have to
things.
be unique to incest.
But they do. You have to give me something that makes incest wrong, not some incest
No,
wrong.
I did give you. Just because you don't understand or you keep saying I don't give you an argument, I gave you the arguments.
Okay.
You're just too dumb to get it.
I'm going to try to work an analogy here, okay? Are you ready? You ready for the ride?
If it's as good as that gay sex one, I can't wait.
Let's say that somebody says that interracial relationships...
There's no way he's going to be able to handle another analogy. Really? We can't introduce another neuron to the conversation. He doesn't have that many to spare.
Here, okay? Are you ready? You ready for the ride?
If it's as good as that gay sex one,
Okay.
I can't wait.
Let's say that somebody says that interracial relationships are wrong, okay? So somebody else says, well, I think that interracial relationships are okay. I think that that's morally neutral. I don't think you can say they're wrong. And then the other guy says, well, interracial relationships are wrong because sometimes the white person can have far more power than the black person, right? Or sometimes they might get pregnant and there might be birth defects, right? The other person would say, well, okay, but those aren't unique to interracial relationships, and you can have interracial relationships without those things present. So neither of those arguments are an argument against interracial relationships. If you were...
Also, tons of interracial relationships aren't between, like, two racial groups that have a massive disparity in socioeconomic power. So, like, for example, a, like, black and Hispanic person have much less of a socioeconomic gap in, like, the general racial groups in this country than a black and a white person. So that's not even a good argument against interracial relationships on its own. But I see what he's doing.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are, bro. You just don't get it. You're too dense.
Wait, I'm sorry. How are those arguments specifically against interracial relationships?
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about interrelational relationships. Like, I don't want to get into that. But just because it's not unique to that doesn't mean it's not an argument against it.
But if it's not present,
your whole crux.
No,
that's your whole crux, and you're wrong.
If it's not present in all of those types of relationships, then that means that those types of relationships aren't the problem. It's the other thing you're talking about. Like,
no, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that.
For the record, I am like blitzed out of my mind stoned right now, and I am more capable of stringing a sentence together than No Bullshit is, presumably sober.
That's not what it means, bro. I'm sorry. Your whole crux is like you're trying to like isolate incest somehow, and you think if you isolate it, you're going to be able to, I don't know, defend it.
Wait, do you think
better,
that interracial relationships are wrong?
I'm not talking about interracial.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Do you think those are wrong?
No, I don't think that's wrong. I don't even want to get into that.
You don't have a problem with interracial relationships at all?
No.
My favorite thing ever is that one internet comment etiquette video where of all things he ends up responding to No Bullshit. And he cuts it off once No Bullshit starts to JQ. Can I find that clip? I really hope I can find it. I shit you not, this is one of the first times I ever saw like a mainstream YouTuber I watched dunk on chud YouTubers I watched.
Oh, hello.
Let me see if I can find it. Timeline-wise, this could be it. No, this doesn't seem to be it. This could be. I want to find this because it's such a classic clip. No. I can't find it. Maybe if I search his channel. Maybe if I go through his uploads. We're going back in time. I think it might be this one, Soy Boys. Maybe this one. Oh, it could be the mansplaining one, too. I think it might be that one. Hold on, chat. It's worth finding. Oh, did I find it? I did! I did. So, this is a classic, dude. This is, I believe, the first mainstream YouTuber dunking on No Bullshit. This was March 2017. This is before the debate with Destiny. This is a classic clip, dude. I'm so glad I was able to find it. I'm so fucking glad.
Is bullshit by No Bullshit.
Unless you're on Tumblr or in some SJW Facebook group, you don't know what to make of all these fake bullshit phrases social justice warriors come up with. Mansplaining, patriarchy, misogyny, heteronormative, gender binary, toxic masculinity, institutional racism.
Off to a great start already.
Mansplaining is a made-up word feminists use to silence men. It's pretty sexist, actually.
Oh, you're talking about men wanting or liking to explain everything like that.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't get it. Is that thing supposed to be who's talking to us? Because that's ridiculous.
My producer, who is a man.
And he's a Jew. Shocker. A Jewish man working for a media company in Manhattan. Doesn't get much more stereotypical
Yeah,
than
all right,
that.
that's enough.
I love that clip so much. It's such a good clip.
He's a Jew. Shocker. A Jewish man working for a media company in Manhattan. Doesn't get much more stereotypical
Yeah, all
than
right,
that.
that's enough of that. I'm gonna leave my comment. I got accused.
That was back when No Bullshit had much fewer subs and he was more mask off. Oh, I'm so glad I was able to find that clip. It's such a classic. It's such a classic.
Okay.
But you are just being fucking stupid, bro. You don't see how what you're doing? Or are you just being like totally disingenuous?
Okay. Let's say that. Okay, let me try. Let me.
If you're a smart guy,
no, let me try one more analogy. Let me try one more analogy. We don't need analogy. Yeah, no, one more. I just want to see if you agree or disagree with this. Okay. So let's say that we have cheeseburgers. Okay. Let's say that somebody says cheeseburgers are disgusting, right? And then your argument is, well, I don't think cheeseburgers are disgusting. I think they're neutral. In fact, I kind of like cheeseburgers. And then some guy says, okay, well, look at all of these cheeseburgers that have mayonnaise and ketchup on them. These cheeseburgers are disgusting. Therefore, because they have mayonnaise and ketchup on them, they're disgusting. And then you would say, well, no, your problem there is with the mayo and the ketchup, not with the cheeseburger itself. So therefore, you can't logically say that all cheeseburgers are disgusting just because some of them have mayo and ketchup on them. Do you agree or disagree with that? Do you think that's...
I think it's a...
I like how he made it cheeseburgers, something that he'd be able to understand.
Stupid analogy, bro. You need to
okay,
do
but
better.
It's literally a parallel to what we're talking about.
No, it's not.
Okay, let me talk through this. Let me know if you get lost here, okay? So one person says...
Why you gotta talk down, man? You think you're smart, but you're not. You didn't even go to college.
I know, I'm sorry. So one person says... Tell me when you disagree with this. Somebody says, I think...
Let's talk about numbers.
No.
Like,
We're not getting into numbers.
No. Situation about incest. Like, what percentage do you think of incest falls into these niche situations?
It's not relevant to the...
it is relevant.
It's not, because we're making a philosophical value on incest.
It's relevant. Tell me what percent.
No. I'll answer this if you listen to this one. I don't know. It's probably really rare. Less than 1% or whatever. I don't know.
Okay. Less than 1%. I can go with that.
Okay.
And you want to say that since there's a...
What do you think a brain like No Bullshit sees on psychedelics, you know? Like, because I've taken psychedelics a few times, and I see some wild shit that would just break your understanding of reality. And I wonder if a mind so incapable of like, anything as No Bullshits would even be able to react to psychedelics. Take DMT. I've only ever done DMT. I've done DMT like 4 times, and that's the only psychedelic I've done. DMT is like no other. I've heard it's the most powerful one. So yeah, it's the only psychedelic I've done, and it's quite powerful. You see some shit. You see some fractal type shit going on. It kind of... Well, it depends. A lot of the times it kind of just waves everything up and makes everything look pretty, and the lighting gets really interesting, and the room feels weird. But, if you do more than, like, one hit, it just turns the room into shapes. There's no drug that can make a person this delusional.
Less than 1% niche that the other 99% of incest is cool.
No, I never said that. I've never made that statement ever.
Okay. So you think the other 99% of incest is wrong?
Possibly, but not because it's incest, but because of the other issues we've discussed, like power
those
dynamics
are under the umbrella of this incest.
But they're not, because they're not under the umbrella because they're present in other relationships. So what you just said was wrong. Yeah.
No, dude, you're wrong. You're fucking dumb.
So you don't think power dynamics are in any other type of relationship that's only incest?
Sure they are.
Okay,
there's
so then it's not under...
There's mayo and ketchup on other sandwiches,
so
too.
you even get the analogy. So it's not under the umbrella of cheeseburger or under the umbrella of incest. These are things that apply to all relationships or can apply to all relationships. Mm-hmm. Okay. So now, so I'm going to use this. Okay.
You're so dumb, dude.
Somebody says,
He, like, says, like he's getting somewhere. And then it just immediately goes away. It's like trying to build a sandcastle in the waves.
Think that incest or cheeseburgers are all bad, right? That's the argument. And then somebody else says, well, I don't think that incest or cheeseburgers are all bad. And then the other person says, well, incest and cheeseburgers are all bad because some incest has power dynamic problems and bad pregnancies, or some cheeseburgers have ranch and mayo. Then the other person would say, well, your problem then isn't with incest or cheeseburgers. Your problem is with bad power dynamics and bad pregnancies, or bad ketchup or bad mayo. Do you not see the parallel there?
I see how you think, but you're wrong.
Okay, what part of that do you not understand? Or do you think I'm wrong about?
It's like we're talking about, let's stick with the cheeseburger. We're talking about cheeseburger as incest, and you want to just talk about the mayo and the ketchup.
Correct.
But I'm talking about the cheeseburger.
Okay, but the problem is you can't say that cheeseburgers are bad because your problem isn't with the cheeseburger. Your problem was with the mayo and the ketchup. And if you took the mayo and ketchup off, the cheeseburger is okay.
I just think you don't understand how the cheeseburger is also wrong. You're trying to isolate it, but
so you
it's
think
not
that
working.
if somebody says...
You just can't do it. Anyone else get a serotonin boost from watching Zan's streams? I'm having a serotonin D boost from doing my stream.
Cute. You think it's cute because you're like, oh, I prove that incest is not inherently wrong, and you're just wrong, dude. You're just trying to use this little cute trick, and it's not working.
So if somebody says, I think cheeseburgers are bad because some cheeseburgers have mayonnaise and ketchup on them, that's a valid and sound statement. That you can make that assertion that all cheeseburgers are bad, even the ones that don't have ketchup and mayo.
Well, this comes back to the percentages because what you're going to talk about is... Yeah, it does. Because you said that niche is only less than 1%. So we're talking about 99% of cheeseburgers having mayo on them.
Okay. So if most cheeseburgers have mayo on them, then you can say that...
99%.
So you can say that all cheeseburgers then are bad, even though if you took the mayonnaise and the ketchup off them, it would be okay?
Well, my argument is that incest is wrong.
Yeah, but you haven't given me an argument against incest or cheeseburgers. You're talking about the condiments. You're talking about other things that aren't intrinsic to those things.
I don't know how many times I could give you the argument, bro. It's like you don't listen. Just because you isolate the argument doesn't mean it's not an argument against incest.
He's incapable of engaging with a philosophical discussion. He can't do it. Every single ideal he has is just he believes it because he believes it. He has no backing for any of the moral philosophy he's based his life on.
You don't understand that?
You haven't given me an argument. Let me...
He is, in fact, an immovable object. He is a wall.
I'll give you an example, okay?
You're just being disingenuous because you don't want to lose the debate. You can't lose in front of your little fans.
The problem is that you haven't given me an argument against incest. You've given me an argument against...
You said that 100 times
and it's still true. You've given me an argument against power dynamics, and you've given me an argument against, like, bad pregnancies. You haven't told me why incest is wrong.
Yeah, that's why. You don't get it.
I don't. Because you haven't given me an argument against incest.
You're a creepy incest-loving loser, bro.
Okay. Why do you talk down to me? Why do you keep talking down to me, dude? You keep calling me stupid.
Because you're low. You're short. You're short and tiny.
I'm not short. I'm actually 6'5", dude. You didn't know that?
Oh, yeah. I've seen pictures of you, bro. It's not true.
Oh, I haven't seen any pictures of you. When are you posting them?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
I actually have some on the internet, but maybe you just haven't seen them.
I don't really go digging all day looking for you, but you should post my YouTube channel sometimes so we can see your perfectly healthy, normal weight.
Okay.
Hey, well, hey, dude.
I don't know. I mean, I know I look better than you, dude. You're like a pasty fucking... You're wearing a...
Destiny's like 5'8".
A goatee, and it's not the 90s. Like, who wears a goatee?
Goatee was just a 90s thing, my dude.
It is, dude. You look dumb. And you live in a little shitty little fucking room, just reading your chat.
Actually, I can't even talk too loud because my mom and dad upstairs will fucking shout at me if I start screaming. That's why I'm keeping my voice down so much.
Like, what makes you think defending incest is cute and neat? That's what I want to know. Like, why do you want to do pro-incest debate?
Wait, do you genuinely want to know? Because discussing incest is an interesting way to explore people's views on sexuality.
Well, then why aren't we talking about sexuality?
Because I don't think you're equipped to have that discussion. You still haven't given
me...
You
don't think I'm equipped?
You haven't even given me a thing against incest yet. Why would we move on to another topic?
Well, dude, I already gave it to you, but you just keep, like, denying it and, like, trying to isolate incest. It's, like...
I'm trying to isolate incest. That's what you do in an ethical discussion. You isolate the incident that you're talking about. You isolate the specific thing you're talking about. That's how you have a discussion on ethics. When you conflate it with other things, you're not actually talking about that thing, right?
Well,
I feel this is a really good, like, psychological insight into the types of people that think this way, too. Because this is the mind of a lot of conservatives. So, you need to remember, they inextricably tie the negative things that they associate with what they don't like with that thing no matter what. So, you can imagine that for a lot of, like, transphobic and homophobic people, they hear one negative stereotype about like gay or trans people, and they're now primed to believe that's true of all LGBT people. Even when all evidence shows it's not the case, they'll still judge all LGBT people morally as if that is the case for them. You can see how that standard and this thought process has evolved and, you know, is very prolific.
I think we'll just have to agree to disagree. I mean, obviously, you never admit your thing, even though you always are.
Okay.
So maybe we could just end it because you're just being a fucking little pedantic bitch.
Yeah, sure thing, my dude.
All right, dude. So you're pro-incest?
I guess so, even though I never said that. Even though you get mad at me for misquoting you all the time, since apparently I misquote you. But then you'll sit here and say that I'm pro-incest.
I like how No Bullshit learned the word pedantic from the people in his chat, in Destiny's chat, calling him pedantic, and inappropriately used it to describe Destiny. Destiny hasn't been pedantic at all. no bullshit's the one being definitionally pedantic.
Even though I didn't say
You're
that.
You're not pro-incest, then?
No, I've said this 100 times. I'm not.
So
And I've
you
also,
think incest is wrong?
Yeah.
Well, then I win.
No, you don't. Because you
Yeah, I
never
do,
gave.
'cause
You still
the
haven't
debate
given me
was
an
that-
argument against incest.
The debate is whether incest is wrong. You said incest is wrong.
Well, I already thought that coming into the debate, but you haven't given me an argument for why anybody should think that. You haven't convinced me of anything. You haven't said anything.
Well, I mean,
before.
I guess you just have to watch the debate again because I gave you lots of arguments. You just don't get it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Or just like you try to isolate it because you're like trying to be cute.
You say that as an insult, but you don't understand that that's how you're supposed to have these conversations, is by isolating the issue. Yes,
No,
you
dude, I went
isolate
to
because
college.
we're
I know
talking
how
about
debates
really. What's your
work. I know how
major?
it
Wait, what's your
tilts.
major? I'm curious. What did you graduate with?
Let's see. I studied communications.
I'm sorry. What degree did you get, or did you?
Communications is a useful degree if you're like doing public speaking and stuff, or especially content creation. It is not a particularly hard degree to get.
You drop out.
Bachelor's in science.
In what science?
Journalism and communications major. What does it matter?
Journalism. Dude, I'm not saying these, I'm not trying to discount these like degrees, but you can tell even he is trying to talk them up. And Destiny had to like nail him down on exactly what it was.
I'm just curious. You're
major?
a journalism and I didn't finish college. You're a journalism and communications major. You didn't have to take a single like philosophy class or any kind of undergrad psych class or anything?
Yeah, I did.
Then why is it that you felt comfortable earlier saying most psychologists believe in something without being able to cite a single poll or a single study or a single experiment that backs up what you're saying?
Because I know most psychologists wouldn't be cool with incest.
How do you
don't
know
think
that, though?
You
You
don't
said-
think that?
Knows.
How do you know that?
My source is I made it the fuck up.
You don't think that psychologists would be against incest?
So in none of your undergrad classes, you didn't learn that you probably shouldn't cite like academic authority without actually knowing what academic like consensus is on an
I love that. The Ice King response. It came to me in a dream.
opinion?
You're gonna ask me for sources again?
I'm not asking you for a source. It's just like a random thing.
You're
like,
such an idiot.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm a huge dick
That's
for
what like
asking you to source your statement. I'm sorry, dude.
pseudo-intellectuals do that all the time.
Pseudo-intellectuals ask for sources on statements?
Yeah.
Wow, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, the
This
reason
is
why
what-
I asked
this
you...
is what you would have learned in college if you
So,
went.
I'm sorry, the
went
reason
to
why I
college,
asked you is
you learned.
because most psychologists actually say that incest is really good. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Most of them, yeah, most of them say that. You didn't know that?
That's cool.
Yeah, almost
Man,
all.
that's a
Actually,
good-
every psychologist says that. But don't
That's
ask
gonna
me
be
for
a
a
great-
source. Don't ask me for a source because that would be a huge dick move. Okay, but all psychologists say
That'd
that.
be a great quote for
Yeah.
the highlight reel here.
Oh yeah, okay, my dude.
Okay, so you think most psychologists would be cool with incest?
Oh, all of them are. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Do you have any sources?
Oh no, I don't need to cite one, sir. I can't believe you would ask me for that. What a dick move. Do you think I'm writing a thesis? Only pseudo-intellectuals ask for sources, dude.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, man. That's what you do. You think you're smart. You're not.
Okay.
Okay, I'm meek and I'm a pussy. Okay, I'm just gonna take it like a little bitch on my own show. I'm just gonna take it. I'm Steven. I like incest. And okay. Are we still on?
No, I'm just waiting for you to finish. You got any more?
Okay. I'm surprised you
Are we still on?
let me talk. You never really usually let people talk.
No, I actually let them talk all the time. It just really bothers them because, you know it. Yeah.
No, you don't. I watched your debates. You talk over everyone.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Have fun, buddy.
And that really was the, like, kill blow for no bullshit. From there, he was like a hog who had been shot with an arrow in the heart and was just on its death run through the woods till it bleeds out. That was pretty much the end of no bullshit. That was the killing blow. And that was their second debate, too. I feel that should be, like, required watching for particularly new lefties and the online left. I know Destiny's not really well liked in this space, but a lot of his, especially OG debates, give some really good insight to the state of politics back in the day, which is really valuable. Like, I find that, like, understanding of the cycle of online politics and the culture is really relevant and important to keep in mind when it comes to my political advocacy now. I've done the JonTron debate reaction, I think, but maybe in the future. Who knows? It could be down the road. But yeah, I think that video is pretty important, required watching, for, you know, what it's worth. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. That was segment number 6 of the day, if I'm not mistaken. That should have been the last one. Yep. Oh, I am tired. 4-hour and 40-minute stream. Not bad, guys. Thank you all so much for coming out today. I really appreciate it. Every single one of you. You've all been amazing. I'm going to read some donos. Holly, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Lucid Burgundy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Didn't say anything, but that's so kind of you. Thank you so much. And then again with the tier 2 sub, I assume it's a 1-monther. Thank you so much for the $10. Correct me if I'm wrong, but thank you so much. Didn't say anything. Let's manifest some serotonin for Zan for the amount he sacrificed for us. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it. You guys should definitely go check out Holly's Twitch. She's literally one of the nicest streamers out there, and very much like... she has a supernatural power to read every chat message, an ability I do not have, not even close. Squid Toast, thank you for the tier 1 sub, I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you so much, you're really kind of you. Senmul, thank you for the tier 1 sub, very based and pog of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, hey, I like your content, enjoy the pizza. I certainly will, thank you my friend, I really appreciate it. And then Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Fortnite. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Said, here, now you can also spam Peepo Pizza. Enjoy the spam privileges, Fortnite, and that blue name. Damn, thank you all so much. Let me update that dono goal. That puts us at $115 for today. You guys have been so kind. By the way, Versus... thank you for the $15 super chat. Says, you ever heard of the show Pantheon? I have not. And then again with the $2.50 super chat from Versus. Thank you. Says, toss a coin to your Witcher. What a banger of a song that is. A shame what ended up happening with that show. I do need to watch the new season. The final season with Henry Cavill as Geralt. Alright, everybody. I'm going to play a little bit of FF14 before bed. So if you guys are interested in getting into Final Fantasy XIV with me, please consider joining the free company. It's got a completely free trial, as in you don't have to put in any payment info kind of free trial. That literally gives you the entire first, now 3 expansions of the game for completely free. You can join our free company, you can play the game with us, you can, like, do the raids and the content and the story and the professions, and the way the game works is you can play every class and profession on one character, so no need for alts or anything like that. It is the MMO that respects your time the most. If you're looking for an MMO that, like, the time you put into it is actually going to go into something in that MMO and it's not a wasteful grind, FF14 is the game. Not only that, but on top of that, it's got a very in-depth, high-quality, AAA tier, years-long running storyline, which recently, with the most recent expansion, Endwalker, ended. They finished the story. It's a beginning-to-end story with, like, foreshadowing of the ending from the start. It was all planned out, and if you want to catch up, the next expansion is going to be the start of a whole new story. Just a whole new story. Following our characters, yes, but they're going to a new continent, a whole new place, and it's going to be a whole new story. So now's the best time to get into it, because there's no cliffhangers or ambiguity. It is all a complete, massively award-winning, critically acclaimed story to get into. So if you want to join me, here's the command. The link posted by Zanbot from my command. That is a link to the free company. Discord server. I recommend asking in the Discord server for help to get the game installed, because it can be a little complicated for new players to get the free trial going, but the people there are very friendly and they'll help you. I've got a lot of people in there already, over 100 at this point. I spend a fair amount of time in the Discord VC, so you'll see me in there quite often. I'm always in the free company chat in the game, so it's very much worth joining. Definitely come join the Discord. Let me see how many people have already joined. I love seeing new people flood in. Okay, we got some new people coming in. Get in there, guys. Come on, let's see how many new people we can get in there. This is your best opportunity to play games with me. This is like my long-term game. Like, I'm going to be playing this a year from now. So, if you want a guaranteed chance to be, like, part of my gaming circle, this is the way. Like, I'm on this game every day, and you're going to be able to run dungeons and raids with me. Obviously, like, I'm going to need people's help for materials for crafting and stuff, so having people's help with that is always helpful. Who joins? Make sure to read the rules of the Discord, though. The free company does have rules for if you want to join. They're not very strict, but, you know, well, they're strict, but they're not crazy. Well, it seems like my internet just cut out for a second. Alright. With all that said, with my internet scuffing up, now seems like a better time than any to wrap up. With all that said, thank you all so much for coming out today. You've all been amazing and awesome and beautiful and great. And as always, and Jay Spoon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I keep forgetting to auto-renew. Thank you. Hopefully it's auto-renewed now, but regardless, I really appreciate it. But yeah, with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Good night.